Blessings of the evening, everyone. Okay. I'm here. We are here. I'm still getting myself together. You already know what it is. You know how we get down here. Let's see here. All right. Close that. Okay. Just making sure that everything is set up the way it needs to be. Here we go. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Here we go. Wonderful.
Almost there.
Okay, cool. Wonderful. All right. Let me turn that down. Okay. I just want to be able to see what you guys are seeing. Because until I update my broadcasting system, that's going to be the only way that I can see what you guys are seeing. So, yeah, we're here to do some work. Okay. All right. So this is still opening up. Ay. One thing I can't stand about this PowerPoint PDF takes a gazillion years to load. So, let's see. What does it say? By the way, Kurt's been refunded. Your boy Yarvin his money back. Oh, for using our name. Dude, no, absolutely. He's a clown. And we're going to see how much of a clown he is tonight. This dude is not a scholar. He's not a clown. He's not a scholar. He's not a clown. I was correct. He's a clown extraordinaire. There's a difference. Whole different next level clown version is what Curtis Yarvin is. All right. Okay. All right. Facts. Remember, people, keep it respectful in the chat. Try not to distract with other subject matters that I'm not talking about. If you're talking about and commenting on what I'm talking about, that's fine. But if I look in the chat and I see people talking about things that have literally nothing to do with what I'm talking about, you're just a distraction. You don't need to be here. You're the same person that would be sitting in a classroom while other people are trying to learn, and you would want to talk about sports or something else that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. If you're going to be here, add to the experience, right? You can feel free to comment and talk to one another in the chat. Just keep it on the subject matter, right? Or as close to it as you possibly can. Don't be in there talking about Hebrew Israelites or some dumb, unimportant thing, okay? Absolutely. Nothing but love, serious. Always and all days. I like that. I just made that up. Dua amen. Dua amen. Absolutely. Dua amen, drip. Dua amen. Absolutely. See this? See that right there? See what that says? That's what it is here. Right? That's what it is. Yeah, I took it down. I took it down because I'll be honest with you. I'm like that. In fact, I'll put it back up and I'll revisit it in another video, because there was an oversight in that video that I didn't want to mislead anyone or really just make myself look bad, because there was an important thing that I left out. And so what I'll do is I'll put it back up and then I'll revisit it in another video so you can watch that one. And I can also add what needed to be added in an upcoming video. Thank you, Skylark. Absolutely. Okay. Well, getting ready to start the crowdfunding, but I had to take some time away from Kemetville so that I could do this, right? I can't prepare presentations, or maybe I can, I don't know, but it's a lot of work, so I had to just shelf that, just sidebar that momentarily, not shelf it, but sidebar it momentarily so I could come here and deal with what we're dealing with. Because you got to understand, part of the reason why Black people get such low quality news is that people who are just trying to keep their channels alive, people who are just trying to get clicks, most of these people are not people who actually study. So because of that, the information that you're going to get is very low bar. You're not going to really learn anything of any meaningful import. And on top of it, they're trying to keep up with the news cycle. That's going to lower the value of the information that you're getting. So, so that when I come to present, what you're seeing is maybe days, weeks, months, years, whatever, of research and research and research. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of work you don't see. You guys aren't with me when I'm doing the actual research, right? Like people who take my classes or who book sessions with me, my 30-minute one-on-one sessions, they get more of a taste of what I'm like when I'm actually doing research. Because I'll do research right in front of you just to answer a question. And I'll bring you on a journey with me, right? We'll go look for something and find it, and you'll see how to do it. You'll get an idea of what kind of psychological bearing you need to apply to your research if you're going to come up with quality data, quality information that matters, right? So, so that's why my focus has been on this, and I sidebarred the upcoming series that I'm producing. That many or most of you know about. So yeah, we're definitely going to be getting back to that. Just wanted to, NVM for life. You know that. That's what's up. 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁𓫫, hotel, purpose, and history, nothing but love. I hope when you guys come in here, you call people and tell them to show up, so they can have the experience as well. Don't be selfish. Spread the love, right? Absolutely. Oh, you're more than welcome. Absolutely. You're more than welcome, Frederick. It's my pleasure and my honor. And really, because when I look at the other, absolutely, Hotep, 𝓈𝓔𝓄�𝅅𓏭𓀢𓀁𝓫. What a name, right? Absolutely. Okay, we got to watch the typos when we're saying Hotep. There's a P on the end, not a hotel, because we all do it. I've done it. Everybody does it. So this, in the future, watch out for that oversight, Rashad. Absolutely. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Hotep Alchemist. Absolutely. Welcome. Absolutely. And can you believe, that's why you can never please anybody. He said, need that looping song that was playing before. The only reason I'm not playing it tonight is because this evening is a different, it's like, how can I put it? The first two episodes or the first two presentations, I was presenting from the perspective of an American African, which I am, right? Tonight, I'm presenting as an African, okay? And there's a reason why. It's because the topic happens to be one of our great leaders, right? A great tree has fallen, and his name is Nelson Mandela. So tonight is going to be us doing what should have been done that no one bothered to do. They allowed this pale bleached creature, and that has nothing to do with his skin color. That has to do with his essence. It's pale and bleached. I'm talking about its essence, not his skin color. This Yarvin Mencius bedbug, right? Curtis Mencius bedbug Yarvin. He said some things in that New York Times interview that no Black person had the self-respect or the integrity to respond to. You have all of these. What happened to the Prince of Pan-Africanism? And I don't know. Like I already said, Black people have no leaders. So many of us will find ourselves doing things that perhaps we felt others should have been prepared and obligated to do. So someone referenced me, as a leader. And I'm going to tell you something about me. I've always been suspect of people who appoint themselves as leaders. I've always been that. Right? It's like a person who crowns himself king. The people are supposed to crown you king. The people choose their leaders or decide who their leaders are. And every time that I've ever met particularly a Black person, I can't speak about white people in this context because I don't fraternize with them in this way or in this context. But every time I've met a self-appointed Black leader, for the most part, they just turned out to be crap. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. It just turned out to be crap. Like, okay, so you did your best with what you had or whatever. But sometimes I just think that Black people deserve better. And that's the reason that I come with the veracity that I come with. Because I believe that Black people in particular deserve better. I honestly believe that people in general deserve better. I believe that people in general deserve better. I look at it, knowledge is like a lake. And if you have a clean, clear lake, you don't want to put a sign up that says only Black people can drink from this lake. You don't want to put a sign up that says only white people can drink from this lake. Or only Asian people can drink from this lake. Only Indian people can drink from this lake, even though they're Asians, right? Maybe some of you would do that, and maybe you would think that that's the way to go. Maybe it's because of where and when I was born, I just don't think that way. And so because I don't think that way, when I teach, I hope everyone benefits. Shout out to Texas. I hope everyone benefits. I hope everyone learns something. I don't care what color you are. But coming from a subjective perspective at times, because we are subjects, all of us, I am an African, I'm a person of African descent, something I'm extremely cognizant of. Thank you very much, Roundtable Gang. That really meant a lot to me. That meant a lot to me. That really made my night. Thank you so very much. Because I need all of the confidence I can get when it comes to that stuff. I really do. Let's see. In fact, I need a copy of this one here. Looking at those things, it gives me it inspires me. It inspires me. It's inspirational, and let's see. Facts, including facts. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, Malcolm X said there is, but in this day and age, you got to use what you got. And there's nothing wrong with entertainers being your leaders if They are meeting needs that need to be met in some capacity. Listening to a great song is not a need. Someone, maybe that depends on the context of the song, because sometimes we need to be inspired, and a great song can do that. Music is very influential, extremely so, on levels most people don't realize, understand. But when I say entertainers as leaders, Muhammad Ali was a leader. He took principled stands. Call him an entertainer if you want. The brother, the football player, I forget his name, I feel so bad. The brother who took the knee in the NFL, the light-skinned brother with the afro, you could put his name in the chat so you can remind me. I feel bad that hey, that's okay. Hey, that's wonderful. That's okay. LJ Farrell. You won't always be broke, and I don't plan on closing my Cash App anytime soon. so you'll be fine, right? Colin Kaepernick, thank you very much. Yeah, right. Colin Kaepernick, absolutely. Kyle Bet, that's what's up. Yeah, right. So Uncle Jaseneb Duao and Uncle Jaseneb to Jeff. So exactly. Well, hold on. I'm not gonna make distinctions, because Colin Kaepernick, whatever you say about it, whatever agenda you presume he had or didn't have, sacrificed his career to make a statement concerning our safety, interest, and welfare. I don't need any more than that. I don't need an explicit statement of a t-shirt with someone saying Black Lives Matter or whatever. I could care less. I look at what people do. And I looked at what Colin Kaepernick did. I wonder if Jay-Z compensated that brother. I can hope so. All right, so let me see. Did my presentation fully open? I hope so. Oh, you got to be kidding me. I hate this thing. The PowerPoint PDF takes apparently you have to be moving it for it to open up. So, okay. This thing should have been open. I would rather just go straight from my PowerPoint on my desktop. That way I don't have to wait for this. To be fair though, to the PowerPoint PDF, it does have to open up 106 slides, of which we're like halfway through. So unfortunately, I have to wait for this thing to open up and get through it. The next time I'll start it an hour before, just so I have to remember that. It's like I said, I'm getting my broadcasting legs back. There'll be some things that I have to remember, All right. Well, it's opening up, people. Man, I wish I had on my AC. I should have turned on my AC because it's hot in here. All right. Here we go. Yeah, absolutely. He sacrificed and no one cared, because that's what it means to make sacrifices for Black people. Don't you ever forget that. But don't worry, because white people do the same thing to their own. That's just human nature. Human beings just don't care. We are not as altruistic as we should be. The kind of world environment that we live in does not really produce altruistic people. But that's why when you do find altruistic people who stand up, who sacrifice, you have to treasure them. You got to treasure them. You got to support them. You got to take care of them. You got to make sure they're okay, because when they're gone, they leave a hole that cannot be filled, especially if they were true. If they were true, they leave a hole that cannot be filled. But I tend to speak circularly. I'll start on something and I'll double back to it. What I learned early on is that most of the people that I met, particularly people that I knew personal, there were some people that you used to see in my presence who I won't name. They used to tell me when we would be in private, like leaving the studio or something after giving a presentation, they would say to me, yeah, I want to be a black leader. They would have all their bodyguards around them and everything. They'd be like, yeah, I want to be a black leader. And I knew right then and there that was not the person to lead blacks. The moment I heard them say that, I want to be a black leader. No. I think the mere fact that your ego makes you think that you're actually qualified to do that without a real good examination of your own character tells me that you're more or less probably dangerous to black people than you are healthy for them. You're just saying, oh, I want to lead black people. I want to be a leader. But what is it about you? What is it about the decisions you've made in life? That's important. What is it about the decisions that you've made in life that should make black people entrust their confidence and their faith in you? What? Because you know some stuff? Could you study a little bit? ChatGPT knows a lot of stuff. I don't want ChatGPT to be my leader. Right? Leadership at the end of the day is about character. You know? Hey, Jack. All right. Love and light. Absolutely. Welcome, welcome. Absolutely. In fact, like I said, if you have a lake that has clean water, you don't put up a sign that says, I don't put up a sign that says black only. You know? I believe like that. I look at it like this. Everything may not be for everybody, but some things are for everybody. And I think that's a real meaningful distinction that human beings need to make, especially in a pluralistic society like America. You have to understand, everything is not for everybody. As a black man, I don't expect to be invited into every room where people who are not black may be taking care of their business for their people and their communities. And I don't think I should have the right to demand that I be invited in the room. I remember when we were at the United African Movement, the UAM in Brooklyn, and Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben was speaking. This is many, many years ago, 30 years ago or more. And if you know anything about the UAM and the Slave Theater in Brooklyn where we would meet, it was a black gathering. It was a black conference every Wednesday. And Curtis 𝓖𝓭𓀢𓀁 felt that he had a point to make, that black people should not be allowed to meet amongst themselves while barring others from their meetings. And this was an insular black meeting because black people were trying to solve their problems. And if you know anything about the power dynamics in this country, The second biggest problem that black people have are racist white people, and they are the ones who are usually in representation within the power structure in these cities in which we live, particularly in New York. New York is notoriously racist, always has been, always will be. I should know. I've been in New York for almost 60 years. I was born and raised in New York. But I remember Curtis 𝓈𝓤𓏭𓀢𓀁 coming. It was him and someone else. I can't remember who the other person was. They came to the slave theater and they tried to force their way in with the what do they call them? The angels, the guardian angels. Tried to force their way in and try to create a riot. And I just thought, how disrespectful. Black people are trying to solve their problems. We're trying to speak open and candidly with one another without feeling as if we have to be guarded. All that was required by interested parties was just a healthy measure of respect. It's really that simple. I think they wanted to make a point that we were breaking the law because it was a de facto no whites allowed meeting. So I guess the greatest crime that black people can commit, other than educating themselves, is having a black only meeting. Now, some people would say, well, if white people were having a white only meeting, you would call that discrimination. I wouldn't call it discrimination. I would just say, okay, when you guys are done meeting, can we have a conversation? If you want to share with me what you were meeting about, maybe I can add something to the discussion. If you don't, I respect that because people have the right to take care of their business. If a bunch of Native Americans were in a sweat lodge, I don't know where they meet. I'm just using that because I don't know, right? But if a bunch of so-called Native Americans were having a Native American meeting only, or what I call an exclusive meeting, right? An ethnically exclusive meeting. Who am I to barge my way in there? Who are you to barge your way in there if you're white or if you're just not a member of their ethnic group? You know, if a bunch of Koreans in Flushing, New York, or in Midtown Manhattan where they have Little Korea, if they were having a Korean-only meeting because they were taking care of their politics and their economics and their business, who am I to walk in there as an uninvited guest? You understand what I'm saying? Curtis 𝓈𝓤𝓏𝓀�𝓨 didn't even have the respect to ask to be invited as a guest because his white privilege told him that black people have no rights that any white man is bound to respect. Plessy versus Ferguson. So, and you know, maybe leaders are self-appointed, but I don't know anything about that because I'm not appointing myself a leader, right? I'm smarter than that. Yeah, no, because I know who I'd be leading, right? And our track record of being led when it came down to it, we got led straight to Obama. That's what happened. And when we got led straight to Obama, that was the end of all of our leadership. You haven't seen a leader since. They give you the same tired pastors on the news. Roland Martin just had this big thing with some pastor I saw on his channel the other day. And I left a comment. I said, black people don't need to be hearing from any more pastors. When white people have political and economic issues to deal with, they don't drag any white priest on the news to speak for them. Why do dumb niggas, and you know what the word I'm using is, why do niggas feel like they gotta have pastors, Bible brains, speak for them? And it's not that look, I have black pastors who are actually my heroes. I'm not gonna even lie. It's the truth. There are certain things that black pastors did in this country, following slavery during the Reconstruction period and the Jim Crow era, that very few human beings would have had the courage to do. So I'm not knocking black pastors. I'm not at all. And truthfully, they have every right, as far as I'm concerned, to a degree, they have every right to be on the front line. Here's the key part: with those who are more apropos and effective to be there. If you want to be, I'll give you a perfect example of what I mean. If you go to most white platforms, and I'm getting ready to get started, I was waiting for this thing to open up, man. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to use PowerPoint PDF again. Or if I am, I'm gonna have to remember to upload it about an hour before I come in, so it can. Especially, my presentations are usually pretty long. So, what did someone say? Someone left a comment. Shaka's still long-winded, but I'm glad he's back. Asshole. I laughed so hard when I saw that, right? And part of the reason that I'm long-winded when I come up here is because a lot of the stuff that I'm teaching you guys or that I impart to people are things that I've been holding in for a long time. And when you finally get to let it out, it's kind of cathartic, right? So it's almost like therapy. So when I come up here, especially when I get in a flow and I'm in a zone, it's like therapy. I'm able to get it off my chest. I didn't have to just let it run around my brain, like it always does. Like it just sits there, well, not sits there, but it just reverberates is the better term, is the more apropos term. It reverberates throughout my brain. So, facts. Hold on. Here we go. Boom, facts. Nat Turner was the pastor and Reverend. Absolutely. He was not the only one. Reverend Meacham, who's one of my newest heroes, who was a black pastor, right? Facts. Deacons for Defense and Justice. Absolutely. Those are my heroes, right? So, what do you think about racism in choosing? What do I think about racism in choosing black leaders to represent us? I'm not sure how the two are related, right? Oh my God. One of my detractors is here. What's up, Chris? Welcome. Absolutely. Tried to give me a hard time at one of my last debates when I ate dude up. I ate up my opponent, and this one here wanted to give me a hard time, right? So, get to thank you. I love Taze. Taze is my people. Where would I be without Taze? All right, so let's see. Is this opened up? I think I'm almost there. Come on, PDF. So let me show you guys what's going on so you can see, right? Watch. Oh, okay. Oh, great. We're there. Okay, great. Finally. Oh, gosh. Finally. All right. Finally, we're there. And I can see why, because we're going to start from, that's what took us so long to open up. We're starting from slide 81. So, all right. I love y'all. I just felt moved to say that. I don't know why. It's just like, you ever feel something in your stomach or in your chest and it just comes out? I love y'all. And I think I really appreciated what Taz just did for me. When he was like, get to the point. I love Taze. Hey, yo, Taze, I need you. Hey, yo, Taze, I'm going to hit you with my number so you can text me when I'm off too long. I need to get back on point. Actually, Kyle Bett needs to be the one telling me to get back on point. Real talk. How is it racist to choose a black leader? Yeah, I'm not really sure. You got to get your questions together so that they can be answered correctly. I'm sure they did. Yeah, it's strange. Like they're choosing pastors instead of politicians or lawyers. Like it's an asymmetrical exchange, right? If you're a pastor, be a pastor. If your background is not in geopolitics, and if your background is not, with all due respect, being a pastor does not qualify you to be an economist, a political theorist, a political philosopher, you know, a geopolitical scientist, whatever you want, right? A military analyst, right? All of the things that black people need to be just as well informed about as their white counterparts. Stop dragging up Reverend so-and-so or Pastor so-and-so to speak for black people in front of the world on an international scale. It's an embarrassment. It makes us look like we're still in Jim Crow or the slave plantation. It makes us look as if our community has not produced the black counterparts who can exchange competently. Like if you look at mainstream media, anytime they invite guests on, they always have guests on, black guests on, to discuss particular things, but the things that they're discussing are usually at such a mundane level, you or I could pretty much be invited on and give just as much a valuable opinion. Okay? But the point I'm making is that when they have their political theorists on or their economists on, you have to wonder, where are the black counterparts? What you usually see are the highest you'll see maybe the political pundit in the news. That's it. That's it. Gabby Phillips, as fine as she is, and she is fine, right? Gabby Phillips, as beautiful as she is, she's not a political theorist or an economist. And if she is, she's not either to the degree of the people that they have on as analysts. You have to have some, I'm sure you have to be well-versed in some of it to be able to ask relevant questions, right? But being a political insider, right? People like Charlie Kirk, Turning Point America, he's a political insider. It doesn't mean that he is well-versed in economics on a global scale, global economics. It doesn't mean that. What determines the powers of these people is what they bring to the table. And by the fact that you interject yourself into these political machinations, that provides keys for you to get center stage and be heard. But it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. They have an analyst who's a former CIA head, or an analyst who's a former FBI head, or an analyst who's former Secretary of State. You don't even fucking see Condoleezza Rice. When was the last time you heard from Condoleezza Rice? That other woman who threatened Snoop Dogg when he threatened Gayle King. I forget her name. Rice, I think her name was. She was part of the Obama administration. Like, where do all the black people, like, where all the black experts, where do they go? I don't are you telling me that there are no black economists in the world? So there are no black economists that have graduated from the London School of Economics other than Thomas Sowell. So all we have is Thomas Sowell and Walter Evenway, because you don't even hear from them. So it's like there's this dearth of black expertise on mainstream media. If you were a black child watching the news, it would be very clear to you what the pecking order is. It would be very clear to you whose conversation has more consequence and more weight, and particularly more expert insight. It would be very clear. Even when you had the black defensive secretary, a secretary of defense under Biden, whatever his name was, you hardly saw him or heard from him. He was like an errand boy to Ukraine, and that was it. And you haven't heard from him since. He's not qualified to be an analyst on CNN or MSNBC. You got Ari, whatever his name is, on MSNBC, the Jewish, well, he's white, right? The white anchor, everything with him is rap music. He wants to be the official representative of rap music in the news, but doesn't invite a black rapper on. These people are something else. Anyway, my real disappointment in this context is not with white people. It's with black people. It's with you allowing the unworthy amongst you to misrepresent you. That, I think, but then again, at the end of the day, those platforms are owned by major white corporations, and it's there. When it's yours, you can do what you want. So, okay, great. What about on the major black? Oh, there are no major black platforms. Well, what about on black platforms? Where are the serious black intellectuals that are together, not in your own little silo, that are together, sitting around a table having an exchange so black folks can really pick up and learn? Without all of the histrionics and all of the emotion and all of the allusion to Southern terminology. We don't always have to be down home when we're talking with each other. We can let black children see that we can actually, and that we do actually engage in the same intellectual discourse that theirs do. Anyway, Taze, where you at when I need you? Okay. Right? Here we go. Okay. All right, folks, we're getting ready to get started. I wish y'all could hear what I'm listening to. So even though you guys aren't hearing the music this evening, I'm listening to something, but I can't play it because, it'll get flagged. But I'm listening to the theme of Steve Biko, the South African activist, the black South African activist who was the spear of the black consciousness movement in South Africa under apartheid in the early 70s. And I'm listening to a song by Peter Gabriel, formerly of Genesis, who did the soundtrack for Cry Freedom. It's one of my favorite soundtracks. And I love the song that he did for Steve Biko. And I respect him so much for actually doing that. That's what's up. Yeah, that movie came out when I was a kid. Absolutely. That movie came out in fact, I think I saw it in the film, in the theater. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, charisma goes a long way. Unfortunately, most of our intellectual giants are recluses. I don't know what it is. I really genuinely don't know. I think at a certain point, they just lose interest. I could honestly say the person that provides for me personally, yes. Okay, yes, what you want. Okay, I'll put it on. Okay, I will put it on since that's what I'm being asked to. You got to give the people what they want. So, but before I do that, let's where's it at? I know it's up here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Yeah, let's get started. I'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, we went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢. Whoa, wow, this is a hero.
Okay, peoples, shout out. I'm gonna play that one more time. I love that.
Yeah, we went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝅭𝓀₀. Whoa, wow, this is a hero.
All right, people. With that said, just gonna bring this down here. Here we go. All right. So, miracle. Hold on. Let me hear that. Yep. Okay. It's a different vibe. Here we go. We're gonna look at something really important. No, that's not gonna cut it. All right. All right, folks. That's for you, albino. Got it. Okay. I'm just preparing myself. You'll see why in a second. Okay. All right, let's do this. Let's do what we came for. Part 3. Okay. Funny. Absolutely. Okay. Oh, Vicky Dillard. Okay. All right. I think I know her. Yeah, the Black Media Channel. Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Vicky Dillard for keeping it 100. Absolutely. We got to support each other too. We don't support each other. The way white platforms support one another is mind blowing. Black platforms do not really support one another. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Hey, I got the hearts in here. That's what's up. Very, very special individual here. It's one of the sponsors. This gentleman you see right there, he's one of the main reasons you're even able to see me here. So got to give him a shout out. Absolutely. Okay. Him, Jeffrey Harris, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, Ka'abet, Joe Islar, Hillary and Leah. Yeah, these are the people that I'm naming. These are the people who make it possible for me to show up. Literally, these are the people who make sure that I'm okay. It's really just that simple. And without them, I'm not. What do I think about Roland Martin's Unfiltered? Okay, I just spoke about supporting each other. So let me try to be kind and respectful. When Roland Martin first came out, I enjoyed him. And I wanted to be very supportive. The longer I watched his show, there are just some things that there's some things that don't appeal to me concerning his energy. And that's not his fault. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. Or it's that we all have preferences. We all have proclivities and dispositions, things we like, things that we are averse to, things that turn us off, or things that elicit good feelings from us or worthwhile feelings. I think that it doesn't mean that I don't tune into Roland every so often. I do. I tune into most Black platforms every so often. I tune into Boyce Watkins. I'm not a big fan of his personality. I tune into Roland, like I said, not really too many others, because the conversation for me is too it's just not what I require and what I need. There are some things that I need to know. There's a certain level of insight that I need to have, so that, like, there are things that are in my mind that I know that are in my cachet that I couldn't just start discussing right now in depth, because most people wouldn't know what the hell I was talking about. Like, they really wouldn't. Right? We start talking about the return to mercantilism. When last it was the way that the world actually operated, particularly in the West, right? Or how that return to mercantilism is the reason that all of this seems so strange to us, while for the most part, people who genuinely follow economics, historical economics, or anthropological economics, the things that are happening right now are not strange to them. They understand the motivations, the machinations, and the reasons why. The real shit show is just the execution of it. It's the execution of it that's just being done so poorly. But if they're smart, I'm sure they'll make that part of the plan as well. Like that roughage, you know. because they've been pretty rough about it. But for those who are really following economists who really understand the very intricate details about everything that's really going on a global level, the motivations, the inspirations, and most importantly, the modeling. I said in my last presentation that one of the biggest errors and fumbles of Black people is we do not engage in successful modeling. That is the whole point of knowing history. That is the whole point. It provides models. You don't have to do exactly what was done, but it provides models that if you want to tweak or innovate, but the substance is there. Why? Because it's a reservoir of human behavior. One of the oldest sayings in the world, how do you want to know what somebody's going to do? Just look at what they've already done. That's simple. It's really that simple. That's why you don't let your friend who's a thief hold money. Because if you look at how do you know what he's going to do? You look at what he's already done. It's that simple, you know? So, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Demetrius. Very thoughtful. That really means a lot to me. I appreciate you very much. So, let's see here. That really does mean a lot. So, adding that to my collection. So when I need to feel inspired, I have to remember why I'm coming back. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Okay, I got to get out of these. What you call it? Like there are some people who I would love to have an exchange with, and maybe one of you could set it up with. Set it up. No, probably not. I've always been the kind of person that, like other Black people who, like I was very surprised when what's that that Black guy who hates Black people, the one who had the cleft lip. He's a pastor. He hates Black people. You know who I'm talking about. He invited me on this show. I did his show. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But yeah, I know who I'm talking about. That he's a Black pastor and he can't stand Black people. He's very right wing. He's always talking about how Black people hate them, have the Black men hate their mothers. Jesse, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Right. I was surprised when Jesse Lee Peterson invited me on this platform, and I went and I did it. I was also appreciative to Killer Priest from formerly Wu-Tang affiliated and a Sons of Man artist. I was very grateful to him when he invited me on this platform. Oh, I was also grateful to Tasha K for inviting me on her platform. So I can't make that statement a blanket statement because Black people have invited me on their platforms, and these are not necessarily nobodies, right? But it would be nice if Black people with larger platforms would invite me on their platforms, and here's why. Oh, and also Tommy, right? I bet what's Tommy's last name that everybody knows him by? Tommy Sotomayor, right? Tommy Sotomayor has invited me on this platform on a number of occasions. He's someone that I really appreciate, right? I'm sure we don't agree on everything, right? May not even agree on a lot of things. I think there'd be maybe some fundamental things we certainly see eye to eye on, right? But I certainly respect him. And of course, shout out to HOK, Sound at the TV. Got to shout him out, you know. So I've been given love. Oh, Joe Rogan wouldn't have the balls to invite me on his show. Are you kidding me? Joe Rogan would not have the cojones. He would invite Graham Hancock back 1,000 times before he invited me back. Even though I was mentioned on his show by Hotep Jesus, and Hotep Jesus said squarely, you should check out Shakka-Ahmose. Joe Rogan wasn't even smart enough to say who. Let me check him out, right? And maybe he did. Maybe that's why he would not ever invite me on the show. But Joe Rogan wouldn't have the balls to invite me on the show. That's facts, you know. So, I mean, I'm a take no prisoners kind of person anyway. And yeah, no. Joe Rogan is not ready. No, he needs to stay with. Joe Rogan needs to stay with was Cat Williams on there? He needs to stay with Cat Williams and who else? He needs to stay with Willie D. Right? No, not Willie D. Cat Williams is on Willie D. But Joe Rogan needs to stay with all those conspiracy theorists. It's so crazy because he's always talking about African history and African achievements without speaking about them as if they're African. He loves talking about the Great Pyramid. Doesn't want to mention the fact that that is an achievement of black people at all. Doesn't ever want to talk about that at all. He just wants to talk about the pyramids and da-da-da-da. It's hard to have respect for someone who is so surface, right? Yes, he's a comedian. Absolutely. Okay. So let me put this in. I was supposed to put this in here a long time ago and I didn't. I get too caught up in you guys, right? So let me put this where it belongs. For anybody who wants to show respect for the platform and show your appreciation, all you have to do is look to the top of the YouTube chat, and you will see. I tell everybody, I make no qualms about it. I am a Cash App warrior. So if that's how if you want to show your appreciation, that's the place to show it, right? For anybody else who wants to do who wants to show their appreciation via PayPal or Zelle, all you have to do is look in the description underneath the video, and you'll see all of those links there. You'll see the requisite emails that you need to use, and that's it. So it's $Shakka-Ahmose, and the link is in the chat for those of you who want to show appreciation and your respect and inspire me to continue to come back, because that certainly is inspiration. You know, it beats sitting around studying, figuring out how you're gonna pay bills. Okay, so that's it. Let's do it. All right, let's do what we came to do. When you guys see the subject matter I'm about to attack, and by the way, if you're watching this, all you have to do is just fast forward to the point where you see the PowerPoint come on the screen. So here we go. I'm here. Yes. Let me see. I want this. There. Thank you. Okay. And I am now going to share screen. Oh, that's what I forgot. See, I knew I was forgetting something. Not now. Oops. Oops. Ooh. Okay, about the block screen. Okay. Hopefully I'm still there. Yeah, I should be. Okay. All right, let's try that again. No. Pick the correct window first. There you go. All right. Present and share screen. Here we go. Entire screen. Allow. Bang. Here we are. And boom. So when we last left off with the slave narratives. And I proved to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that this scumbag, call him what he is, Curtis Minch's bedbug Yarvin, this inhumane scumbag, lied about the slave narratives, or showed his ignorance, showed that he didn't know what he's talking about. He was telling people, he was telling young, white, vulnerable, interested minds that in order to justify what his goal really is, and I'll tell you what their goal really is, one of their goals, he wanted to convince them that black people were better off during slavery and that they actually said so. And you should therefore read the slave narratives to come to that conclusion, to find out for yourself. I pointed out, documented for you, slide by slide, that there were 3 sets of slave narratives. And if you don't know the difference between the 3, you will not realize that the federal slave narratives are basically false. Why? Because the slaves were smart enough to know that when they were initially in slavery, they were enslaved by the federal government, the same people who were interviewing them. they were also smart enough to know that the interviewers that the federal government was sending came with an agenda given to them by the federal government, most likely, so that they would say what the federal government wanted to hear. Oh, no, we ain't got no beef. We were happy. We love Massa. Oh, those are the good old days. I miss Massa Rogers, right? But he didn't tell you that that same federal government was responsible for their pensions and for whatever little livelihood that they could have to eat and to live. So they said to the interview, and many of the interviewers were the grandchildren of the slave masters. And this was in a hostile KKK ran Jim Crow era when they were doing these interviews. It's like interviewing Jews who are still in a Nazi Germany, and you're going to ask them how they feel about the Nazis when the Nazis are running everything. This scumbag piece of shit, how dare you? You're going to lie on a demographic of people that aren't here to defend, but the truth is they are here to defend themselves, because that's why they risked their lives by telling the truth in these slave narratives. And that's why you should read them as their descendants. You should read them. Just don't read the federal ones. You had the federal, you had the university ones such as Fisk, and then you had the state ones such as the ones in Florida, right? In the university ones and the state ones, where most of the interviewers were black, the slaves opened up and told them the truth. The former slaves opened up and told them the truth. But Curtis Minch's bedbug Yarvin wouldn't want those young, white, vulnerable minds to read the actual slave narratives where they're honest. He doesn't want them to be the state slave narratives or the university slave narratives, only the federal ones, where the former slaves had to observe the racial etiquette as the documentation showed, the racial etiquette of that time. But now we're going to move on to his next slide, that all of this is in response to what he said in that New York Times interview. Don't forget, that's what this whole series has been about, from part 1 to part 2 to this part. It's me responding to the lies that went unchallenged. Nobody challenged them. Black, not Jewish, not white, not Latino, nobody. And I'm also going to be doing a presentation about the Dominican Republic, because black people have too many misconceptions about the Dominican Republic. Like, there are things about the Dominican Republic that black people don't know. Like, they really just don't know. So they make a lot of assumptions about Dominicans, right? No, I'm going to show you the real deal about Dominican Republic, DR. And some of it's going to blow your mind, guaranteed. Okay? But, so, yeah, nobody responded to him in the context of that interview. And it really disturbed me. But I had to remind myself, oh, wait a minute, we don't have leaders anymore. You know, the one person who is doing his best, and even though I don't like him, I have to watch. Okay, let me be careful with my language, because I said, in this day and time, we don't need to be downing each other as people of African descent. We might have our differences, we might have our likes and our dislikes, but we should try to keep it respectful. The person, not even try, we should just keep it respectful. The person who is trying very hard is 𝓈𝓔𝓏𝓿 is really trying. And in that context, I'm proud of him. He's trying to meet things that are being said and put in the air. And also even Ta-Nehisi Coates. I respect what Ta-Nehisi Coates did, but I think he could have did as good a job for Africans in Africa, or as good a job for his people here. Right? Black people here have our own issues and our own problems. We don't expect people from around the world to solve our problems, but we need to be gung-ho about solving our problems. We need to be obsessive about solving our problems. And if our leaders are not obsessive about solving our problems, we ain't got no leaders. But I already said we ain't got no leaders. So, oh, you got to be kidding me. This thing should have been opened already. See, that's what I've been dealing with. So now we're in the next part of the interview. Okay? This is David Marchese, the interviewer from the New York Times. He's quoting Yarvin because he couldn't believe what Yarvin said. So he quotes Yarvin here. He says, he's repeating Yarvin's words. He says, if you ask me to condemn Anders Breivik, the Norwegian mass murderer, but adore Nelson Mandela, perhaps you'd have a mother you'd like to fuck. This is what Yarvin actually said in one of his interviews. He was saying that there's no difference between Nelson Mandela and Anders Breivik. Now, for those of you who don't know who Anders Breivik is, well, let's read the rest of this. Anders Breivik, let me just say this. Anders Breivik is a murdering terrorist who decided he did not like the fact that there were too many Muslims in Norway and that there were too many left-leaning young white teenagers in Norway. So he decided to basically just kill everybody. He exploded a bomb in his city. I think he killed about 8 people or 9 people. Maybe 6 or 7. I figured somewhere between 6 and 9 people. I have it in this presentation. And then he went to a camp. Listen to what I'm telling you. He went to a summer camp where there were young teens, right? He went to a summer camp and hunted them all down and killed them. He killed almost 80 people with guns in his hands by himself. Like you see in a movie like Jason and Friday the 13th with the chainsaw, or Michael and Howard. That's exactly what he did. And the majority of his victims, like 99% of them, were all white teenagers. Killed them all. And he tried to say that Nelson Mandela was the same as Anders Breivik, who is he's a Nazi. He's a very straight up Nazi. This dude makes the Rathskeller Bremen salute, what you call a Nazi salute. He makes the Rathskeller Bremen salute in the courtroom. Doesn't care. So Curtis Yarvin is trying to make him into a hero. This dude is a straight up racist. Like, just a straight up bona fide racist. He's a white supremacist. You can't call him anything else. It's what he is. He tried to present himself as if he's a scholar. He's not a scholar, as I'm going to show you right now. David Marchese, let me just give a quick check to make sure everything is on point. Make sure, I'm going to see what you guys are saying. Right? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking at what you guys are talking about. Make sure that, right. Oh, I'm a big Anthony Browder fan. Oh yeah, shout out to Anthony Browder, absolutely. You know, but he's the kind of person that would never respond to a message or an email. Like a lot of our scholars or people in this field, I don't know, for whatever reason, they feel like it's like the whole celebrity thing. If you DM a celebrity, very rarely will a celebrity ever respond. Right? I've had 1 or 2 or maybe a few respond to me, but for the most part, it almost goes without saying. As a celebrity, I am not to respond to you when you send me a message. If you DM a normal person will probably respond, right? I appreciate that. Right? It's crazy work. All right, that's what's up. So, is this okay? So, all right. So now I've heard other people say this as well, that the music is distracting them from the info. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the music, right? And that's okay, right? Here we go. Boom. We just paused it. No big deal, right? So, and then we're going to come back here, back to the comments. Cool. You guys are seeing it all, right? Got nothing to hide. And so let's get back to it. I just wanted to make sure you guys are seeing everything you're supposed to see. Yeah, I'm still on share. So let's go. I wanted to make sure there was nobody in the chat saying, we can't hear you, your mic is off, or something like that. Okay. So this is what Yarvin has to say about his comparison of Nelson Mandela to Anders Breivik, to this piece of shit right here. This dude is a piece of shit. And I'm saying he's a piece of shit. I mean, he only, out of all of the people that he killed, he might have killed about maybe 3 or 4 black people that were at the camp. All the rest of them, like 65 of them, were all white. So I'm just saying in general, those were all innocent lives that he took. And the reason that he did it, it just makes it more disgusting. He did it as a publicity stunt so people would read his manifesto. It was the only way to get his writings some attention. So, yeah, you know, I think he should be, you know what I think should happen to him. So I don't have to say it. So let's look at what this scumbag had to say. He said, when you look, for example, this is what he said in the New York Times interview. And that New York Times interview is relatively recent. It's not that old. People are still talking about it in the news. Okay, if you watch progressive white platforms or just really good white platforms, they're still talking about that New York Times interview, right? When you look, for example, at Mandela, most people don't know this. There was a little _Trump when Mandela was released. That's French for embarrassment. Okay? And what was the embarrassment? Because Mandela had to actually be taken off the terrorist list. So in other words, he's pointing out that Mandela was considered a terrorist. And then he quotes the vicious racist apartheid regime. In other words, it wasn't actually a viciously racist apartheid regime. He put it in quotes as if that's a mischaracterization of it. Like I said, this dude, there's only one thing he deserves from my perspective, and I can't say it on air, right? Basically, they had him on the terrorist list. I prefer to condemn them both. This is what he said. I prefer to condemn them both. In other words, the same condemnation you give Anders Breivik is the same condemnation you should give Mandela, right? Now, what pissed me off about this in the interview is that no black person stood up and said anything about this. Because you got young white, this guy has a crazy white following. So he's going to have young white kids walking around thinking Mandela was actually a terrorist just because he was on a terrorist list, right? He said, I prefer to condemn them both because they're both terrorists, because they both basically violated the rules of war in the same way. Now, you heard him. I'm not putting words in his mouth. Then he said, they both basically killed innocent people. That's what he said. Shakka's not making it up. We valorize terrorism all the time. The way people respond to Breivik, you're responding in this kind of cartoonish way to something that, and he always drops his sentences. Between belching and picking his nose, he always drops his sentences because he knows that his followers already knows where he's coming from. So he doesn't have to finish the sentence. He can try to ridicule you or he can try to ridicule your perspective or diminish what you're saying just by interjecting these little half sentences so that you know where he's leading to, right? And he'll let you finish the sentence for him. The fact that he described it as a cartoonish way, you don't have to finish the sentence. The damage is already done, right? The insult is already casted. Right? It's a cartoonish perspective to overreact to the fact that this piece of shit cracker killed 69 young innocent white people and about 65 young innocent white people and about 3 or 4 black people and a few others that were probably just different races. Right? Because that's what he is. Man, I have to pull myself back because when I think of people like this, I gotta be really cool. So, and when I think of people like this, I gotta be really cool. Right? You're responding in this kind of cartoonish way to something that terrorism, which is, then he says, what is the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter? So in other words, he's trying to equate. See, he tried to equate Mandela with Breivik as a terrorist. And then he tries to equate Breivik with Mandela as a freedom fighter. That's that psychological, that's that. Remember at the beginning of this, at part 1, I talked about false equivalence? That was the language of white supremacist ideologues. That's what they use. They use false equivalence and they use moral equivalency. That is what they use. They're both logical fallacies. Right? So if you say the devil is a liar, you're looking at him. What did Malcolm X say? The white man is the devil? And then he was talking about this one. He was talking about these right here. This one. This one. Yes, absolutely. The devil. No question about it. And you got devils, you got black devils too. You got Latino devils, Asian devils, you got every kind of devil. This happens to be the white devil right here. Okay? Hell, David Marchese might be one too. Jewish or not, I don't know. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm insulted by him that he didn't invite anybody black on to respond to any of the things that Yarvin said. That just shows no respect. He has as much respect for black people as Yarvin does. And he's the interviewer, acting all surprised and all offended by everything that Yarvin said. Well, if you were really that offended and you really had respect for black people, David Marchese, who lives right across the water from me in New Jersey, you should have had the decency and the integrity to interview somebody black to respond to this piece of shit. What is the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter? Well, apparently, like I said, he's not a scholar and he doesn't know. That's why he asked the question, because he's not a scholar. White people, these young, white, ignorant, vulnerable minds are looking for somebody to lead them. The same way young black people look for me to lead them because I expose them to things that they would not otherwise be exposed to. That is the way young, white, vulnerable minds look to this fool. And white people, and the actual white intellectuals are scared of him. They're scared of him because they think that he's going to outclass them or out-talk them, out-verbiage them in an exchange. I would crush him. In the first 5 minutes, I would leave him looking, I couldn't leave him looking stupid because he already looked stupid. Right? You know, that's a really important question in the 20th century. What's the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter? To say that I'm going to have a strong opinion about this stuff without having the answer to that question, I think is really difficult and wrong. Well, the first thing he admitted right here is he doesn't have the answer to that question. Well, if you don't have the answer to the question, stupid, why are you making them equal? What kind of person comes to a conclusion without having the answer to the question and you call yourself a scholar? Fuck out of here. You can't spell scholar. Well, we are going to see if they were the same. 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁𓫫, which is his name, born in 1979, when I was, I think, 12 years old, right? Better known by his birth name, Anders Behring Breivik, Norwegian pronunciation, blah, 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 and officially named 𝓈𝓔𝓄�𝓅𝓏 from 2017 to 2025. So he changed his name to, that must be his neo-Nazi name, 𝓈𝓔𝓄�𝓅𝓏. He's a Norwegian neo-Nazi terrorist. He carried out the 2011 Norway attacks in which he killed 8 people by detonating a van bomb at, I'm not pronouncing that Norwegian crap because it's a whole different syntactic structure. 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓅𝓏 in Oslo, and then killed 69 participants. He killed 8 people by a bomb, then killed 69 participants of a Workers' Youth League, UAF summer camp in a mass shooting on the island of Utøya. Now, think about it. When we were speaking about Doge, right? I showed you the book that Doge was based on, which was the Butterfly Revolution. And it happened where? At a summer camp. These white folks got things about summer camps, right? When he went to go do this mass murder 69 people. Most of them were young people. When he went to go kill them, he did it at a summer camp in a mass shooting on the island of 𝓈𝓐𝓏𝓏. After Breivik was found psychologically competent to stand trial, his criminal trial was held in 2012. That year, and by the way, I discovered him about 2 years ago or a year ago. I was just watching documentaries. I was just looking for something to watch, and it just showed up in my feed. So I was like, well, what is this? I was looking for documentaries, and when I watched the documentary, I was blown away. I had never heard of him. I was shocked because, somebody made a film about it, and it comes off like a documentary, but they actually they do reenactments of what actually happened, and it's mind-blowing. What this evil piece of shit did is mind-blowing. And the fact that black people are not aware of what people like this are about is unacceptable. But then again, you ain't got no leaders to tell you. After Breivik was found psychologically competent to stand trial, his criminal trial was held in 2012. That year, Breivik was found guilty of mass murder, causing a fatal explosion, and terrorism. Breivik was sentenced, check this out, to the maximum civilian criminal penalty in Norway, which is 21 years. He got 21 years for killing 70-something people. 77 people. 21. You get more than that in California for stealing a knapsack if it's your third strike. Mandela got life. Right? Mandela got life. Did Mandela kill anybody? That's what this piece of shit said he did. He said they both killed innocent people. That's what he said. That's what this piece of shit right here said. I didn't put words in his mouth. I documented it for you and I showed it to you. Right? I prefer to condemn them both because they're both terrorists, because they both basically violated the same. They both basically killed innocent people. That's what he said. So this piece of shit killed 77 innocent people at a summer camp. Look him up. Type his name in. What? Anders Breivik. Go ahead and look him up. Google him. So, 21 years imprisonment through preventive detention, allowing the possibility of one or more extensions for as long as he is deemed a danger to society. So he could get longer. He financed the terror attacks with a total of 130,000 pounds. 9 credit cards gave him access to credit. So he paid for it, he planned it, and he carried it out all by himself. Now, on February 15th, Donald Trump posted this on his Truth Social or his Twitter account. I don't know. They all look alike to me. I don't know which one. I think the Truth Social is the black one. But he posted it. He said, "He who saves this country does not violate any law. He who saves this country does not violate any law." It was supposed to be a quote from Napoleon, the French dictator, the Emperor of France. "He who saves this country violates no law." Napoleon Bonaparte. The fact of the matter is that there's no proof or evidence that Napoleon ever said that. Okay? It first appeared in this book, Maximus S. Pensées de Napoléon, by French author Honoré de Balzac. The book published in 1838. What was we doing in 1838, people? We was picking cotton. 17 years after Napoleon's death in exile is a compilation of aphorisms Balzac attributed to France's former emperor. The author wrote in a letter to 𝓈𝓔𝓏𝓏𝓏, the woman who would become his wife, that he spent around 7 years writing down in a kitchen book each new and striking thought said by Napoleon. Included in the book, Maxim 97 reads in French, "Celui qui sauve sa patrie ne viole aucune loi." He who saves his fatherland violates no law. Now, the fact of the matter is, there's no proof or evidence that de Balzac, big balls, that's where the guy gets the balls, right? You know the old saying, hug my balls at? We used to say that. There's no evidence that he ever interacted with Napoleon, but he did speak to Napoleon's niece, and he spoke to people that knew Napoleon. So there's a chance that he may have said it. There's a chance that he didn't. But what the maxim says is, he who saves his fatherland violates no law. So if Trump was going to quote Napoleon, why didn't he quote it directly out of the book? He who saves his fatherland violates no law. Because Napoleon didn't say he who saves his country. But somebody else did say this. Who else said he who saves his country does not violate any law? Who said that? Let's see who said it. These are some of the bodies that Anders Breivik left. All of you see here are all bodies. That's him with the circle around him hunting people with a gun. These are all bodies he left at the summer camp. These are the victims. I want you to see them. Look. White, 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 black, white, 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 dark, black, pretty, beautiful, white, 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 white. And that's just a few of them. That is a few of them. There's about, let me see, like 40 more. There's about 40 more. Actually, there's about 48 more. 48 more victims. Now, this dude is given the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 salute. The 𝓈𝓔𓄿��������𓀢𓀁. He's given the 𝓈𝓔𓄿���������13 salute in court as he's being convicted. You people have no idea how mentally devoted these people are to this. You're going to keep thinking it's a joke until something happens right in your vicinity. He said he killed the people so that people would want to read his manifesto. This is his manifesto. It's called 2083. This is his manifesto, right? What is it? It's a European Declaration of Independence. So he wants to, because he sees himself as a founding father of an all-white state in the future. This is what it said. Listen to what they said. Oh, I went to ChatGPT and I asked a question, and this is what it said about his manifesto. It is noteworthy that on February 15, 2025, Trump posted on social media, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." The phrase, often attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, was also cited by Breivik in his manifesto to justify his actions. So he said it first. And he said it this way. So who was Trump actually quoting? He was not quoting Napoleon. Napoleon didn't say that. Breivik said that. So where do you think all of its influence is coming to Trump? Yarvin, through J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and David Sachs, right? This dude, Breivik, all these people are in communication with each other. And I hate to say it, you got to throw, look, we're going to talk about Andrew Tate. I was not going to talk about him, but I'm going to talk to you about the Tate brothers. I'm going to do his presentation just on them, just for my audience. Because I want to talk to you about what happened to them in Romania. Them boys had a rude awakening. Okay? Now watch. That's him right there. They brought him back to the scene in the red t-shirt, and he showed them how he picked them off one by one with his AR-15s. He had insane amount of weapons. Let's read this. This is the scene from the reenactment right here. And when I watched it, it blew my mind. He was mowing them down like it was a video game. And it was unbelievable because they were young people to watch them running for their lives, and they were just shot down. And you don't even hear about it in the media anymore. It's like they just cover up all of this stuff. You're going to kill 65 young people at a summer camp, and it's not all over the... That's crazy. You might as well be in a Ukraine war. All right. On the day of the attacks, Breivik emailed a compendium of text entitled 2083, a European Declaration of Independence, describing his militant ideology. In them, he stated his opposition to Islam and blamed feminism for a European cultural suicide. Very quickly, I'm going to stop it right there for a second just to check on you guys to see if, let me see what anybody said. Of course, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see here. Hold on. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Excellently said. I would agree. And I would also use the term slightly. Agree with the term slightly. Here we go. Okay, I'm still on record. Great. Let's get back to presentation mode. There we go. Cool. All right, let's continue reading. Because I want you to see if Andrews Breivik is the same as Mandela. Okay? So here we are. There we are. Okay. So the text called for the deportation of all Muslims from Europe, and Breivik wrote that, I must have made a mistake here. Breivik wrote that his main motive, sometimes when you're putting pictures on, if you go over the writing, it'll move one of the words out of the way, and that seems to have happened here. That's why it says attack. So the text called for the deportation of all Muslims from Europe, and Breivik wrote that his main motive for the attack was to publicize his manifesto. So that's what happened. The word attack got moved up to the next line. But that's why he killed all of those innocent people just so that dumb white kids in the US and Europe, or vulnerable white minds, to be more appropriate, would read his manifesto. He did it to get attention. In other words, to get attention. In the manifesto, he cites the purported Napoleon quote, "He who saves his country violates no law." So he did that way back in 2011. 2011. Donald Trump didn't quote that until 2025. So we know where he got the quote from and who he got it from. He didn't get it from Napoleon, because Napoleon said, "He who saves his father country." Andrews Breivik said, "He who saves his country." Quote, Donald Trump quoted Breivik, a white supremacist mass murderer. He did not quote the white enslaver Napoleon. So when white people, like I saw this white woman on TikTok tell you, just because we voted for Trump does not make us racist. Well, if you voted for a president who quotes white terrorists, who kills white people because he thinks that they're not far enough to the right and that they're not supportive of white supremacist ideology, forget about black people, forget about hating black people. The mere fact, and that's the one thing, I'm going to do a presentation on that. I'm going to probably call it white supremacist ideologues. The number one threat to decent white people. Why? Because when you look at the pattern, and I'm going to make a table and show you, the one thing that white supremacist ideologues hate more than black people and Jews are their fellow white people who betray them. They hate them the most. That's right. And that's what makes them. Who do you think they killed in the Oklahoma bombing? It wasn't that many black people in there. In a federal building in Oklahoma. That was mostly white folks. That's who they hate the most. And white folks are going to find out the hard way. You are just as much potential victims as black people. In fact, even more so, because most murders are committed by people of the same race, which means white supremacist ideologues are more likely to kill a fellow white person than they are a black person or a person of another race. But you don't hear white people making videos and presentations about that. They want you to think black people are just, we are always the avatar for the victim. Like they're not victims. Ask all of, hey, look, you're not victims? Ask all of these white people who are no longer with us if they feel like they're victims of white supremacist ideologues. You want to hold up black people to be the poster for that shit. In it, he cites the purported Napoleon quote, he who saves his country violates no law, talking about Breivik in his manifesto. He cited it as justification for the attacks. 2 teams of court-appointed forensic psychiatrists examined Breivik before his trial. The first team diagnosed Breivik with paranoid schizophrenia, but after this initial finding was criticized, a second evaluation concluded that he was not psychotic during the attacks, but did have, are you ready? Narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial person disorder. Why do they highlight this? Because I have a list of mental disorders that I put together myself that describe different kinds of people in the world. And the one thing I realized about the conclusion I came to about white supremacist ideologues is that basically they're just racial narcissists. They suffer from racial narcissism. That's it. It's just narcissism on a racial level. That's all it is, right? In prison, Breivik became a supporter, of Donald Trump and Russia under Vladimir Putin. So you don't think that in order to sympathize with the constituency of MAGA, and he knows that all them Proud Boys and all the rest of them are the white supremacists, he knows, no, they're not libertarians, they're white supremacists. And I don't care what color they are, they're white supremacists. He knows that they sympathize and empathize with their fellow sufferer, Andrew Breivik. And that's why Trump quoted him. Tell that to all them black pastors who was hugging Trump's balls during the first Trump administration. They were all hugging his balls, especially that dude with the beard. Yeah, I know who I'm talking about. That's Sambo. In 2016, Breivik won a partial victory in a lower court. However, the case was lost on appeal in a higher court. How the hell did he even win a partial victory in a lower court? Oh, you know why? Because white supremacists are at every level of society. So they would have shown him lenience, even for killing their own, which really blows my mind. However, the case was lost on appeal in a higher court. Guess they didn't have any white supremacists infiltrated that high up. Other than that, Breivik has repeatedly been unsuccessfully sued. Oh, he has repeatedly but unsuccessfully sued the Norwegian Correctional Service and appealed to the European Convention on Human Rights over solitary confinement and refusal of parole, which Breivik claims violated his human rights. Now, here's my thing. How do you mow down and kill and murder 77 people and then claim that you have human rights? You forfeited your humanity when you did that. I don't know. Maybe I live in an insane world. These are the people he killed. He who saves his country does not violate any law. It came out of this manifesto, his manifesto. That's what Donald Trump quoted. Donald Trump did not quote Napoleon. Napoleon's quote says fatherland. His quote from 2011 said, he who saves his country. So it's like when you're a teacher and you're looking at your students and you want to see which student copied from the other students so you can tell who cheated. That's what happened here. That's where Trump got the quote from his manifesto. Okay? Let's be clear about that. And there he is, this white supremacist ideologue. Right? There's nothing supreme about him. That's why I always put ideologue on the back of the sentence. At the end of the sentence. Look at it. He just shot him down like it was nothing. This is NBC. Now I want you to listen. Let's see if these two are the same. If Mandela and Anders Breivik, because he said they're the same, that they both killed people. We know he killed people. He bragged about it. Killed 77 people. Now let's see how Mandela got on the terrorist list. This is from NBC News. From the White House to the halls of Congress, and this is in 2013, U.S. government officials have responded to the death of Nelson Mandela with a hail of testimonials to the late South African president's leadership in the struggle for freedom and human rights. Until 5 years ago, however, the U.S. officially considered, that means what, to 2008, the U.S. officially considered Mandela a terrorist during the Cold War. Both the state and the Defense Departments dubbed I'm sorry, let me read that again. Until 5 years ago, however, the U.S. officially considered Mandela a terrorist. I put the A's too close. During the Cold War, both the state and Defense Departments dubbed Mandela's political party, the ANC, the African National Congress, a terrorist group, and Mandela's name remained on the U.S. terrorism watch list until 2008. Why? Because he was a member of the group. He was a member of a political party. His party was singled out as being terrorist, and because he was a member of the party, he was labeled a terrorist. So that would be like that would be like Anders Breivik being a member of a political party, and because he went and killed all those people, you then name everybody else in that party as a terrorist. Is that how the law works? I don't think so. That doesn't sound right to me. If this fool went and did that, that's what he did. All right. Where are we? Mandela's name remained on the U.S. terrorism watch list until 2008. President Carter and Reagan, this piece of shit, the president who called black people monkeys, right? And the president who deregulated business so that inequality was exacerbated in America. President Carter and Reagan and Congress had all instituted sanctions against white minority South African government, the white minority South African government, because of its policy of racial apartheid. But in 1986, right, when Reagan did it, Presidents Carter and Reagan, okay, so he did it as president. But in 1986, Reagan condemned Mandela's group, the ANC, which was leading the black struggle against the apartheid regime, saying that it engaged in calculated terror, the mining of roads, the bombings of public places designed to bring about further repression. Now that's crazy. That idiot, Reagan, was saying that the reason Mandela's party was engaged in calculated terror and all that other stuff was to make the white South African apartheid government repress them even further and harder. That's the reason they were doing it. So that way they could get more sympathy from outside the country. This is the sick rationale of these faded, bleached people. And I'm talking about their character. After the apartheid regime in South Africa declared the ANC a terrorist group, the Reagan administration followed suit. So now, when Reagan's in the White House, they're now following white apartheid South Africa's lead. So he basically did a U-turn from what Carter did. In August of 1988, in fact, he did what Trump did. He became an empathizer and a sympathizer for white South Africa. In August of 1988, the State Department listed the ANC among organizations that engage in terrorism. It said the group disavows a strategy. Now look, the ANC said this. Or they said this about the ANC. The State Department in America said this about the ANC. the African National Congress. It said the group disavows a strategy that deliberately targets civilians. So as a policy, they did not target civilians. But they noted that civilians had been victims of incidents claimed by or attributed to the ANC. In other words, what you call collateral damage, people that were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, that's a hell of a lot different. Hurting a civilian because the civilian was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and going to hunt down specific individuals or specific group, that alone are two different things. And not only that, so far we haven't read that Mandela did anything other than be a part of a political party. 5 months later, in January 1989, the Defense Department included the ANC in an official publication, Terrorist Group Profiles, with a foreword by President-elect George H.W. Bush. The ANC was listed among 52 of the world's more notorious terrorist groups. One of the others listed, Yasser Arafat's Fatah, is now the ruling party in the West Bank, or they were when this was written in 2013. The publication referred to Mandela, who had once led the ANC's military wing, as part of the leadership. Now listen, though by then, that means by the time the attacks happened, he had spent more than a quarter century in prison. Yarvin, you stupid motherfucker. Why don't you actually do some scholarship instead of scholarship? You're not a scholar. Just like you got the thing with the slaves narrative wrong, you got it wrong with Mandela. Mandela was not on the scene when those attacks happened, when innocent civilians got hurt. He was in prison for almost 30 years. But you got young white people with vulnerable minds and no education, miseducated by losers like you, Curtis, Mitchell, Bedbug Yarvin. You got them thinking that this man hunted innocent people down and killed them like this piece of shit did. And you're trying to make them the same thing, trying to make them equal in the eyes of young, vulnerable, uneducated white minds. That's a crime against white people, homie. That's what you commit every day you open your mouth, Yarvin. You commit psychological crimes against young white people by miseducating them and indoctrinating them into false narratives. And that's why, like I said, when you watch his interviews, he don't got no PowerPoint up showing anything. He's not showing you any documentation. He's not showing you any facts. He just sits there and speak, and they just worship him because they figure that because he's white, because he has money, and because he's connected, he therefore knows what he's talking about. He's white. He's right by justification of being white. And that's where white people go wrong. Stop worshiping white intellect because it comes wrapped in white skin. You need to stop doing that because that's the fastest road to worshiping the stupid person. It's the fastest road to worshiping the stupid person you could ever be on. Oh, here we go. He had spent more than a quarter century in prison. I'm going to read this again. The publication, the one that George Bush signed, that said that Mandela was in 1989, right? The attacks that we're talking about happened in like 85, 84, 82, all in the 80s. When they started bombing shit. When the ANC and their military group started, they really started to ratchet up against their white oppressors. Mandela had been in prison for almost 30 years. So who did he shoot? Who did he stab? This is what, you see this piece of shit right here? You will never, if you could think about the worst shit you ever smelled, everything that comes out of his mouth smells a billion times worse. That's what this is. It also accepted the apartheid regime's claim talking about George Bush and the State Department in that book, because they're the ones who issued it, right? Yeah, the Defense Department in America. It also accepted the apartheid regime's claim that the ANC's operation, which heretofore had sought to avoid civilian casualties, abruptly changed. So that means they did not start not giving a fuck about civilians until the 80s, 1989, the early 90s. This man was in prison for almost 30 years by that time. How are they the same? Attacks became more you know what? And I'm going to tell you this too. I'm going to contact all of the people who had Curtis Yarvin on their show, and I want all of you to do it too. Go to all of the platforms that had him on their shows, all of the podcasts, and send them a message shitting on them for having this scumbag piece of shit on their platform. But you're not going to do it because that's how y'all are. You already know what it is. Yeah, black people don't do shit for their people, right? It's too much work, right? Attacks became more indiscriminate, resulting in both black and white civilian victims. 5 months before the report was issued, the ANC had taken responsibility for some attacks that had resulted in civilian deaths, but had pledged to prevent a recurrence. The report cited 13 attacks during the 1980s. Where was Nelson Mandela in the 1980s? He was in Robben Island in prison. Many of which targeted government facilities, including a military command headquarters, an unfinished nuclear plant, a courthouse, and SOSOL, the government-owned coal-to-oil conversion facility. Of those incidents that resulted in deaths, the biggest was the car bombing of the South African Air Force headquarters in Pretoria that killed 19 and wounded 200. The report also, hold on. Before we go any further, let me show you who is largely responsible for giving the orders on those attacks. Hold on a second. Let me stop sharing for a second, because I want you all to see this. Let me show you who was actually responsible for those attacks and what the motive behind it was. See, Yarvin is trying to tell you that Mandela and Breivik were the same, right? And that the ANC, the African National Congress, was on a terrorist list in America and in South Africa. And he said Mandela and Breivik basically both killed people. So far, you haven't seen anything about Mandela killing anybody. Nothing. But let's see who was responsible for those attacks. Watch this. Let me see if I can do this correctly. I'm going to come here. I'm going to present here. And this is how white racist ideologues lie and miseducate young white vulnerable minds in service of their agenda. Watch. And also, black people do not stand up and set the record straight, because if their young black people, children, hear and see that, they're going to believe that Mandela did indeed do the same thing that Breivik did, because y'all don't say shit about it, right? Watch. Let's look. Watch this. I'm going to come here and here. Look. This is who gave the order, or rather, he was the head of the ANC when Mandela was in jail. This man right here, he was the head of the ANC. Yaso Mashel Slovo, commonly known as Joe Slovo, was a South African politician and an opponent of the apartheid system. He was against apartheid. A Marxist-Leninist, he was a longtime leader and theorist in the South African Communist Party, a leading member of the African National Congress. Look, and a commander. Watch this. He was a commander of the ANC's military wing 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. That was the military organization in the ANC that was on the terrorist watch list. He was a commander. Yarvin's not going to tell you that. Yarvin wants you to think it was Mandela. And I'm going to say this. Negroes don't say shit to set the record straight, because Negroes don't give a shit about their history or their people. They don't give a shit. Negroes don't care. That is the greatest lesson you could ever learn about any of this stuff I'm teaching you. If you don't remember anything else I'm telling you and teaching you, remember that Negroes don't care. Remember that. If you don't remember that, you cannot stand next to me. Don't say nothing to me, because I will put it on you. I'll be like, fuck it, lock me up. I don't care. But I cannot be next to Negroes that don't care. Because caring means you don't know. You don't care to find out. He was the commander of the military wing of the ANC when Mandela was in jail. When all that bombing was going down, he was the commander that they reported to. Let's read. Slovo was a delegate to the Multiracial Congress of the People of June 1955, which drew up the Freedom Charter. So white South Africans really hated him. He was in prison for 6 months in 1960 and emerged as a leader in 1960. This is at the same time when Mandela was still part of the ANC, because he didn't go to jail until 1964, I think it was. Right? So they were both leading the 𝓈𝓔𓄿����𓏭𓀢𓀁 back in the 1960s when I was born. Right? So watch this. But he was a leader. Look, he emerged as a leader of the 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓿𝓁𝓭𝓀. Those are the people that was doing the bombings. He lived in exile from 1963 to 1990, conducting operations against the apartheid regime from the United Kingdom, Angola, Mozambique, and Zambia. This is one of my heroes, by the way, just in case y'all didn't know. Joe Slovo. He was a Jew that didn't take no shit and went to war to make South Africa a place of justice. Yes. You can't tell me nothing about this man. God bless him. My issue is with Yarvin, bedbug Yarvin, who's not a scholar and doesn't give a damn about facts. Just like Elon doesn't give a damn about facts. That's why Doge is doing a crappy job. They don't care about facts. No, let me put it like this. It's not that they don't care about facts. They only care about the facts that they care about. And that's what you have to remember. So you better care about the facts that you care about. So he lived in exile from 63 to 90, conducting operations against the apartheid regime from the United Kingdom, Angola, Mozambique, and Zambia. In 90, he returned to South Africa and took part in the negotiations that ended apartheid. He became known for proposing the sunset clauses over the 5 years following, covering the 5 years following the democratic election, including guarantees and concessions to all sides, and his fierce non-racialist stance. After the elections of 94, he became Minister for Housing in Nelson Mandela's government. He died of cancer in 95. Now, this man lives forever. Men like him don't die. Right? Now, watch this. What do you think caused the bombings to happen? What do you think caused the bombings to happen? This is one of the main bombings, the Church Street bombing in Pretoria. In 1983, this is what Yarvin is talking about. He's talking about the 1980 bombings. Right? Look, at the time of the attack, the 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓁𝓭𝓀𝓁. This is the military operation. And when they had the Truth Commission hearing, they had to tell the truth about who was involved with it and who was responsible. Look, because I know you're not paying attention. I'm teaching you top tier shit you can't pay for. I'm showing you facts nobody will show you because they don't care. Niggas is done. Their minds is gone. These people who are walking around, they're not even black. They just shells of a race. I don't know what they are. They're not politicized. They're not historicized, and they don't care. Look, and I'm telling you the truth. You don't have to like it. Look. Let me make sure my window is correct. Yes, my window is correct. I'm showing you. You could go into the sources and read. I'm just doing this fast. Watch this. I'm gonna show you something. Watch this. Where's it at? I was just looking at it. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I got so excited. Hold on a second. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on. Here we go right here. Oh, here we go right here. Watch this. Now listen. Watch this. Between 1946 and 1950, he completed a law degree at the University of Witwatersrand and was a student activist. He was in the same class as Nelson Mandela and Harry Schwartz. They went to school together. In 1949, he married Ruth First. There she is. Pay attention. Don't forget her face. Right? That's his wife. That white Jewish guy I just showed you, Joe Slovo, this was his wife, Ruth First. And I'm going to show you why the bombings happened. She was another prominent Jewish anti-apartheid activist and the daughter of the SACP treasurer Julius First. They had 3 daughters, Sean, Jillian, and Robin. Look at this. Ruth First, this white woman, his wife, she was assassinated in 82, a year before the bombing in Maputo by order of Craig Williamson, a major in the South African police force. So the white South, remember I told you, the #1 victims of racist white ideologues are always whites who they consider traitors. They hate them the most. They don't care if you are a woman. They don't care if you are a man. If you are white and you betray their cause, you are the #1 enemy. And they assassinated her. They killed her. Yes, in Mozambique. All of this is Southern Africa. Zambia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, all of that is Southern Africa. Okay? And they all border or they are adjacent to, connected to the Republic of South Africa. Okay? Now, I just showed you that. Now, watch this. She was assassinated. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I think here we are here. Hold on. Oh, here it goes right here. I don't know. Hold on, because I'm a little lost right now. Just give me a second. So when they had the Truth Commission, right? When they had the Truth Commission, in submission to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 97 and 98. Now, this is recent. This is 2 years after Tupac was killed. 98. Or 3 years. Yeah, 2 years. 2 years after Tupac was killed. 90, because he was killed in 95. In ANC, the ANC revealed that the attack was orchestrated by a special operations unit of the ANC's 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝓅𝓏, commanded by Abubakar Ismail. At the time of the attack, they reported to Joe Slovo as chief of staff. And the Church Street attack was authorized by Oliver Tambo. Now look. So that he was at the head. They reported to him, not Mandela. Mandela was in jail. Mandela had nothing to do with any of these attacks. But you got this cracker going to try to tell you that Mandela is the same as that piece of shit rotting in jail in Norway. That's how evil these racist white ideologues are. There is no truth in them. He lied about the slave narratives and he lied about Mandela in the New York Times, and the New York Times did nothing to respond to it. The people who are supposed to be known for facts, they did not correct any of his facts, and neither did Al Sharpton, Joyce Reid, Roland Martin. The list goes on and on. No black people set that record straight. None of them. None of them. So don't come to me with any of these black people. You got leaders, and none of them are your leaders. They don't give a fuck about you. And I'm telling you the truth. They don't care about your reputation. They don't care nothing. Your history, nothing. I'm going to let that man sit in a New York Times interview and try to destroy Mandela's legacy and try to make him appear as if he is the same as Anders Breivik, who walked through a summer camp and shot down 64 to 65 young white people, and then in a bomb killed 7 more. Or I think 8 or 9 more, however it was. You got to be out of your mind. And you don't say anything to correct that. That's when I knew black people was a rap. You're not the same black people I grew up with. The black people I grew up with was a different caliber. The black people of today flushing down the toilet. Sorry, they're worth nothing. That's the facts. I'm telling you the truth. You don't want to watch me no more. You don't want to support my channel, just go. Period. I'm telling you the truth because it's the truth that will set you free. Look at this. And they tell you why the bombing took place. Watch. Hold on. Where did that? Where did that? It said the ANC submission said the bombing was, look at what they're telling you why they did the bombing. They said the bombing was in response to a South African cross-border raid into Lesotho in December of '82, right, which killed 42 ANC supporters, and look, the assassination of Ruth First. So the bombing that Yarvin is talking about, they had to report to a white man, and it was about a white woman, his wife, even though they were Jewish and they were good people. But this was white people doing shit. And he tried to say it was Mandela, when Mandela had nothing to do with none of this and had been in jail for almost 30 years. And nobody told you that. Nobody told you that. She was assassinated in 1982 at 57 years old in Mozambique. And her husband was the one they reported to when they decided to do the bombing attack in '83. And nobody ever told you that. And this piece of shit is going to try to make it seem like Mandela and this piece of shit is the same, because he's a piece of shit who's a wannabe scholar that the vice president, J.D. Vance, is his student. And J.D. Vance thinks this asshole is brilliant. He can't even get facts straight. And they think he's brilliant. This scumbag piece of shit. This scumbag piece of shit. I hope his kids see this shit so they can see how stupid their father is. Who else showed you this? Let me look at the comments, see if y'all even paying attention. You damn right. Hell yeah, this is fun. This is the real shit that they don't tell you. Nobody tells you. Nobody's telling you because nobody gives a fuck about you. Period. Everybody's out for $1. Period. Period. The ones who are out for $1, you support them. The ones who show you that real shit, we got to, oh, please, hit my cash app. Please make sure I can pay my bills. Please. And I'm showing you the shit. Come on, man. Please. You can't tell me shit about nothing. Any black person that comes up in my face that doesn't know shit about our history, I don't want to say this because I might get my channel taken down and this shit not be able to show. You come up in my face talking some shit, something very bad will happen to you. I'm one of those people that got a really, I got issues with temper. That's why I don't really be around people. And I'm really sweet with these. Like, I'm for real. I'm one of those hairpin kind of people. Like, just at a hairpin, some shit could really happen. Don't ever come in my presence talking to me about some black shit, about critiquing this, that, and the third, and you don't know shit about our history, who's who did what, and you don't say shit. Don't do that. Bad things could happen to you. And I mean, look, I probably shouldn't say that, but I'm just telling you the truth. You have people that know me. Like, my brother know me. Like, I live to scrap, nigga. Like, look, I don't care about this size. None of that shit. I live to scrap. The bigger, the better. The bigger, the better. Maybe you an MMA dude and you training hard. That's cool. Let's rock out. I just want to see who's going to choke out first. That's it. That's it. I really want to see what you got on some real shit. Yeah, for real. It was about his wife. But Yarvin did not tell people that. People laugh. They say, oh, Shaka's connected dots. Bro, you don't even understand. Connecting dots. You don't know anything about anything. Y'all don't know shit. Yes, it was about his wife. And you let these white people come in front of you and just tell you anything. They live in another world. They live in a fantasy world. I know, I was one of those people that was marching back in the 80s. I should know. Yeah, but Slovo was down for the people. He's one of my heroes. I'm not mad at him. My thing is, look, why didn't somebody correct that shit? When the New York Times did that interview with Yarvin, and he said that shit about Mandela being the same as Anders Breivik, where was Gabby Phillips? Where was that mulatto dude who runs MSNBC? Their main guy. I think they just let him go recently. Where was Don Lemon? Where was Don Lemon? Was he hugged up with his white husband? I mean, I don't know. Where was Don Lemon? Yeah, I said it. Where was Don Lemon? Why didn't you stand up and protect Mandela's legacy, protect his reputation? Why would you let new generations of people, it didn't matter their color, young white people are as entitled to the truth and to facts as is anybody else in this world. And when you got grown white people who are supposed to be responsible and who are supposed to care about the welfare and the well-being and the interest of their own community, why are you poisoning them with your lack of knowledge, with your ignorance and your agendas, your poorly informed agendas? Yarvin, you should be embarrassed because by now you're looking real stupid. Everybody show your appreciation. Report to the Cash App. Thank you very much. Right? You looking stupid, Yarvin. And don't think that white folks ain't watching. Because they are. I told you, I got a lot of white folks that watch me. And they good people too. They be hitting me up, emailing me, Shakka, how was your day today? Just wanted to say, hey, checking up on me. I appreciate that. I don't care. Look, if 5 white people check up on me during the week and say, hey, Shakka, you okay? Just making sure you good. And no black people check up on me during the week to see if I'm okay. You don't think I'm not? You think I'm not going to be grateful to them 5 white people who checked up on me? You got to be out your fucking mind. I judge everybody by their deeds. I don't give a fuck about the color of your skin. In certain instances and in certain contexts, yes, the color of your skin matters because we live on a planet where white supremacy is the rule, not the exception. Or rather, white supremacy ideology, because I don't believe in white supremacy. I don't believe that there are any white supremacists. I haven't met any supreme white people. The supreme white people, you know what a supreme white person looks like to me? What's this guy's name? I've never forgotten his name before. The white guy who killed all them white people in the slave uprising, John, what's his name? I've never forgotten his name before. That's crazy. Harper's Ferry. Come on, guys. Y'all know his name. I'll see if it's in the chat. Somebody put his name in the chat. The white guy who killed all them white people at Harper's Ferry. I've never forgotten his name before. I think it's John something. I know it's John. John Brown. Thank you. John Brown. That is a supreme white man to me. John Brown. Okay? That is a supreme white man to me. You want another supreme white man? Joe Slovo, who sacrificed his wife for justice in Africa and South Africa. That's a supreme white man to me. These other clowns, Yarvin, I don't consider Yarvin a man. Period. I really don't. I don't consider Yarvin a man. Just hit me up just email me, send me a text. All of my contacts, nobody has any excuse. All of my contacts is in the description. If that's something you want to do, hit me up and we make it happen. Right? Hit me up and we make it happen. Real talk. That's wonderful to hear. Let me give my sister a voice. She's sticking with the greater plan for us. She's not a quitter. She's a fighter. And one thing about the whole political shit show is nothing new, right? We taught white people how to survive. This is crazy. Yeah. But what's crazy to me is that Yarvin sat in that interview with the New York Times and no black so-called leader said shit. They let that shit fly around the world to hear what this man had to say about Anders Breivik, a terrorist who killed 77 people, the majority of them, 95% of them were all white, and about 90% of them were all young teens. And he mowed them down. That was more. There hasn't been a mass shooting in America that killed 77 people. I don't know how many died at Columbine, but afterwards, it wasn't no 77 people. That was a major mass killing. And the news just, whoop, you don't even really hear about it in American news, on American media. Why not? That's crazy. Right? In American media, they'll tell you about some black people who did a knife attack, hurt some young girls in Germany, some young white girls in Germany. They'll put that in the American media. But this shit right here? Nah. Come on. Come on. I appreciate the super chats, but I'm a Cash App warrior, people. I'm a Cash App warrior. Here we go. So let's get back to it. I appreciate you. Very much so. Very much so. But I'm a Cash App warrior. Here we go. All right. So let's go. If you don't have Cash App, if you look in the description, you can either go to Zelle or you can say hello to me at PayPal. There's always a way. Right? So here we go. Let's get back to it, people. Because that shit really pissed me off when I saw that. Because I watched the interview and I said, let me hear what this person's saying. And I'm like, everything that's coming out of his mouth is wrong. Right? The slaves were not happier when they were enslaved. Why are you saying that that's what the slave narrative said? Mandela didn't kill anybody. Why are you saying that he's the same as Anders Breivik? Because he was a member of the ANC? Because he was a leader in their military wing? He wasn't a military leader in prison. He was in prison for almost 30 years. Oh, man. And nobody black stood up and said nothing. They just said, no, let it go. I didn't realize I was still screen sharing. My bad. Anyway, let's go. So here we go. Yeah, this shit is wild, man. So now you know what the bombing was about. So let's read from here. Boom, boom, boom. The report cited 13 attacks during the 80s, right? Many of which targeted government facilities. And remember, they were reporting to Joe Slovo, including a military command headquarters, an unfinished nuclear plant, a courthouse, and Sasol, the government-owned coal oil conversion facility. Of those incidents that resulted in deaths, the biggest was a car bombing of the South African Air Force headquarters in Pretoria that killed 19 and wounded 200. And they were answering to Joe Slovo. Let's get that straight. Not Nelson Mandela. The report also claimed significant links between the ANC and the communist countries, noting that the ANC received support from the Soviet bloc, Cuba, and a number of other African nations, in addition to contributions from the West. This is one of the reasons why Che Guevara became a big symbol, because of his contributions to wars in Africa. He was a part of these wars. The DOD, the Department of Defense report, added that the ANC received many of its weapons from the Soviet bloc, Russia as well, and listed among its political objectives the establishment, this was the crime of the ANC, that their political objective was a multiracial socialist government in South Africa. That was their big crime, because they wanted a multiracial government that happened to be socialist. When the Defense Department's report was issued, state quickly distanced itself from the harsh Cold War rhetoric. Despite its own earlier dire characterization of the ANC, it called the group, so now they wanted to talk nicely about the ANC, right? They called the group a politically diverse organization representing a range of views. It is the oldest black nationalist movement in South Africa. So they went from being terrorist to a politically diverse organization. Why? Because now the diamonds could start flowing again. The uranium and the cobalt and all that other stuff could start flowing again. The diamond, the mines that Elon Musk's father had ownership in, they could start flowing again. Okay? But the Defense Department stood by its language, and Mandela and other ANC officials remained on the terror watch list, even as President Bush welcomed Mandela, newly released from prison, to the White House in 1990. Because of what was described as a bureaucratic snafu, their names were kept on the list until 2008, 14 years after Mandela had been elected president and 9 years after he had left power. So the whole time Mandela was the president of South Africa, he was on the American terrorist watch list as a terrorist. And he was 90 at the time when they took him off. The terrorist designation finally proved too embarrassing for the U.S. government to ignore. In April 2008, during the last year of George W. Bush administration, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice told this bitch, and I'm going to say that's exactly what she is, because she don't do shit for black people. Condoleezza Rice told the Senate committee, let me keep it respectful, my apologies, Miss Rice. Secretary of State, I ain't apologizing, no, fuck her. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice told the Senate committee that her department had to issue waivers for ANC members to travel to the United States. Now I'm apologizing again. I'm a Gemini, I got two sides, so I'll always be at war with myself about that. This is what she said. This is a country with which we now have excellent relations, South Africa, but it's frankly rather embarrassing. It's frankly a rather embarrassing matter that I still have to wave in my own counterpart, the foreign minister of South Africa, not to mention the great leader Nelson Mandela, Rice said. So you had to clean up Reagan's mess. Later that year, the terrorist designation was dropped after a bill. So they had to pass a bill in America to get Mandela removed as a terrorist, even though he had been president of South Africa and had been gone for 9 years. Secretary of State John Kerry, and they passed both houses. This is crazy. After a bill proposed by then Senator, now Secretary of State John Kerry, passed both houses of Congress and was signed by President Bush. Mandela was imprisoned, yes, in 1964. That was 3 years before I was born. Damn. The man was in prison 3 years before I was born. Mandela was in prison in 1964. That's a year after my older sister was born. Mandela was in prison in 1964 after being arrested and charged with sabotage. That's what he went to jail for. Sabotage and a campaign against the country's power grid. Specifically charged with sabotage, specifically a campaign against the country's power grid and plotting to overthrow the government. Now look at this. No one was injured in the sabotage campaign for which he was sent to prison. So how does this piece of shit, this no knowledge having piece of shit when it comes to black people, you know why? You know why he's always wrong when he talks about black people? Because he doesn't consider black people an important enough subject matter to study. We are a footnote. We are something to be used simply to make pieces of shit look less guilty than they are. That's what this piece of shit uses black people for. Curtis Yarvin, I hope somebody has the guts and the balls to timestamp this video and show it to you so that you know what you are. You are a non-scholar. You are not a scholar. If you were a scholar, you would have known that Mandela did not kill anybody. He didn't give the order for anybody to be killed. Nobody who committed an attack killing people reported to Mandela. So how do you make Mandela the same as him? Mandela said, yes, we will arm ourselves. He was about arming themselves because the South African police, you white crackers that look like you piece of shit, and think like you. Forget about what they look like. The ones that think like you were killing innocent black men, women, and children by the dozens. And so because they were not interested in peaceful nonviolence, Mandela said we should arm ourselves. That does not make him the same as this piece of shit who went and mowed down 77 innocent souls, who the majority, 90% of them were white. You people are mentally ill. Curtis, Minchus, Bedbug, Yarvin, you are mentally ill. Your racism is what makes you mentally ill, but you're too fucking stupid to know that. You want to be a scholar. You're not a scholar. Can you read? No one was injured. I want everybody to repeat after me. Say this out loud. No one was injured in the sabotage campaign. They're giving you his whole history right here. Imprisoned in 64, went to jail for a campaign in which no one was injured, and he was released in 1990 at age 71, and became president of South Africa in 94. 4 years, so at 75, he became the president of South Africa. The country's first full and free election, and served for 5 more years until 1999. Right? Until 80 years old, when he was still on the list for being a terrorist, having killed no one. But you got a white piece of shit cracker president like Trump quoting an actual terrorist who murdered white people by the dozens. Remember what I said in part 1? False equivalence. This is what they use. A logical fallacy where two things are treated as equal based on superficial similarities while ignoring crucial differences. Now, this piece of shit said he couldn't make a distinguish between the two without the answers. So why did you equate them if you didn't have the answers, you piece of shit? You double talk. And in one breath, you contradict yourself. You say that they're the same. You can't tell the difference between a terrorist and a freedom fighter while you don't have the answers. Then why are you saying that they were the same and that they both basically killed people? Well, where's your documentation that Nelson Mandela killed somebody or gave the order for somebody to be killed, or that the killers were reporting to him when they were in fact reporting to Joe Slovo, you piece of shit, a white man like you, but better than you. You're not in the same class as a Joe Slovo, bedbug. You look like a fucking bedbug, weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. You belch in every interview you give. You're belching and picking your nose. You're disgusting. You're a fucking weirdo. And the only woman that would want to be with you is weirdo woman. Ain't no saposexual going to look at you and think that you're an intelligent person. Why? Because you do software shit? All right, so you do software. You're good at software. You made a few bucks selling a software company. But you're still stupid. You're still a non-scholar. I know you can't fight. None of you weirdos that talk shit can fight. I already know that. Real men know how to fight. I don't care what they do. Real men know how to fight. Period. I'm sorry. Warren Buffett could probably bust your ass. Let me see. I know you ain't got as much money as John Hope Bryant. He's a multi-millionaire. He can fight. I can look at him and see he can fight. Where we at? Because I'm a fan of his anyway. That's my brother. Right? Where we at? No one was injured in the sabotage campaign. He was released. We already read that. Look at these are all the people. These are all the people that Bravens killed. Those are just some of them. There they go. There go others. And you're going to try to say that they're the same? Now let's look. Here you go. Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress turned to armed resistance primarily what? In response to the Sharpeville massacre in 1960 and increasing state violence under apartheid. You had an all-white Nazi sympathizing government waging violence on men, women, and children, locking them up, keeping them in prison butt naked with no food, oppressing them in their own land, and they were supposed to just bend over and take it, Yarvin, just like the slaves were in America when you said that, well, the Civil War was bad because it disrupted the economic system. You cannot even begin to daydream about the kind of things that I think should happen to Curtis Bedbug Yarvin. Y'all couldn't even begin to imagine. You would think that I'm sick. But when it comes to this kind of individual, I might be. In Sharpeville, this is the massacre. This is why they turned to armed violence. Yarvin didn't tell the young white people this. Don't try to make this piece of shit the same as this beautiful man. Are you out of your mind? In Sharpeville, police in 1960, this is 7 years before I was born. In 1960, in Sharpeville, police opened fire on a peaceful protest against pass laws. Black people got tired of having to show a pass in their own country just to walk in certain areas like they do Palestinians. Black people there got tired of that. So they peacefully protested. 69 unarmed people were killed. Killing 69 unarmed black South Africans and wounding over 180. Many victims, were shot in the back while fleeing. So you got your white sons shooting our white sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers in the back because they don't want to carry a pass anymore, because they want to have some self-respect. And you think that this man and this man are the same? Curtis, if you pray for many things, I could think of some things you should pray for. Because you don't want to know how I feel about you. I'm just saying how I feel about you, that's all. I can talk about feelings. I'm just talking about feelings. The massacre shocked Mandela and the ANC. They were shocked that they did this. They didn't think other human beings would do that. Showing that nonviolent protest alone would not end apartheid. And you have to consider something. Those white men who shot and killed those 69 unarmed black people, shooting them in the back, you have to remember that the parents of those children worked in their homes as their butlers, maids, and gardeners, and as their servants. Think about that. You go to work and you have to shoot down and mow down the children of your employees, of the people who are coming to clean your house the very next day. That's what the movie 𝓈𝓵 was all about. But you dummies wouldn't watch it. And I said it. You don't like it. I don't care. Right? You wouldn't watch 𝓈𝓵. And it ain't got enough action for you. Right? Then they formed, that happened in 1960, the very next year, they formed the 𝓈𝓐𝑓𝐻𝑢𝑚, the same military unit that Joe Shlomo, forget his name, right? Joe Slovo became a commander in. After Sharpeville, the government banned the ANC and Pan-Africanist Congress, driving a resistance underground. Mandela and the ANC leader, you got to remember, this is what Elon Musk comes out of. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, David Sachs, all the people running the White House come out of this fucking country and this system. Why do you think they're doing Nazi salutes in the president's inauguration celebration? These are the people J.D. Vance is taking his orders from. Peter Thiel and Curtis Yarvin, who told you that this man and this man, these people need to, look, I'm not advocating violence, but bro, you are so lucky you are not in the street with us, my dude. Oh my God. I'm not saying I would do anything, but oh my God, the feelings would run so high. Oh my God. I would have to leave the area just because it's setting eyes on you. I would be like, no, I'm out of here. Because I know me. I'm like, I'm gone. Got by, I'm going to go get something to eat. The fact that you can have the audacity to try to make this man the same as this piece of shit, it shows you how mentally ill these white people are. You have a lot, these white supremacist ideologues are mentally ill. They live in an incongruent world, an asymmetrical world where the truth is way at the bottom and the lie is way at the top. And as long as they're at the top, the lie is what keeps them comfortable. But my beef is with the black people who don't stand up and set the record straight to let people know the facts. Mandela and the ANC leadership decided to take up arms, forming the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁, the ANC's military wing in December 1961. Right? MK engaged in sabotage against government infrastructure but avoided civilian casualties. We should celebrate that day as black people, December 16th, 1961, the day that the 𝓈𝓔𝓄����𓏭𓀢𓀁 was born, the day that black people stood up and decided to defend themselves and be men and women. We should put that on our calendar every December 16th and celebrate it every day. Take off for work, throw parties. What are y'all celebrating? The 𝓈𝓔𝓄�������𬁄𝓁. You want to come celebrate with us? You can come celebrate with us. We don't care about your color, none of that shit. Come celebrate with us. Why are we celebrating? Because these black people decided to stand up and shoot back, bringing apartheid to an end. It took them how many years, but they did it. 30 years? Over 30 years. Other massacres. So what were the black people fighting against? Right? First, the Sharpeville massacre. Number 1. Killing 69, wounding 180. The 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓁𝓏 massacre. That reinforced the armed struggle. This on the same day in Sharpeville, where they killed 69, they also killed 3 protesters in 𝓈𝓔𝓏, Cape Town. So that's 70, 71, 72. They killed 72 people on that day, unarmed. The Philando massacre, 3 months later, April, May, June, they killed 11. So 72 and 11, 81 people. Within 3 months, these racist white Nazi people, police officers, are shooting down unarmed 81 people. That's how many more people? 4 more people than he killed. How many niggas got to die unarmed, shot in the back by what Malcolm called 2-legged white dogs with 4-legged white dogs? Black people don't have anything to apologize for. The only thing black people have to apologize for is not setting the record straight when scumbags like this go on international media and lie about our leaders and our brothers. Our leaders and our brothers and our heroes, our martyrs, our warriors, our soldiers, our statesmen. Fuck you. Bedbug. Lying hoe. That's what you are. You're a lying hoe and you're a wannabe scholar and you're not a scholar. That's why they took up arms. Why did he take up arms? Who was running around killing white people in Norway? Who? What black people do you know were running around killing white people in Norway? What, Muslims? You don't think you got white Muslims? I can guarantee you most of the white Muslims are the terrorists. Most of the Islamic terrorists that you hate so much are white. Yes, they're white. Yep. Facts. They are white. Shakka-Ahmose to me. Okay. No problem. I know how y'all be. Y'all be like, Shakka-Ahmose to me. I don't believe you. Them Muslims ain't white. Okay. Prove it to me, Shakka. Here we go. Where they at? Boom. All right. So, here you go. So when you get I was still sharing? My bad. I be fucking up. Here we go. I'll be messing up. Okay. So I'm still sharing. That's cool. All right. Look. Here you go. These are white Muslims. See this? These are white Muslim females. Hold on. She's a white Muslim. Because if you took all that open, she was just walking down the street, you was looking at a white girl. Right? She's a white. And some of them are converts. And those are the ones that become the radicalized the most. So when they start dropping bombs, like this dude. Look. This dude. They be the ones doing the terrorist shit because white folks just love violence. And then you think it is these dark Muslim people that come to the country later. No, it's them. That's right. It's them. White Muslims. Right? But tell that to Anders Breivik. There you go. There goes your white Neanderthal brother. He's a Muslim. There you go. White Muslim woman. How many more you want? A Muslim man and his woman. That's right. So what are you talking about? What is Andrew Breivik? What is he mad for? These are the white people you want to kill? These are the white people you white supremacists want to kill? I mean, because basically y'all just stupid. To me, you're just stupid. I'm going to be straight with you. To me, you're just fucking stupid. You want some white supremacist ideologue type shit. You hate Muslims. You don't like whoever else, mixed race people, whatever the fuck it is. You know, we know you hate black people. That goes without saying. But I don't understand. Like, you people are stupid. Oh, yeah, I already know about Roloff Bolter. You got to go back and watch part 1. I already blew up Roloff already. I told him who Roloff was. His grandfather, Roloff Bolter's grandfather, was the ambassador to America on behalf of South Africa back in the day. Come on. No question about it. That's what's up. I appreciate you. That's what's up. I appreciate you. You feel me? That's what's up. Boom. Oh, I'm still sharing. My bad. All right, cool. No problem. I be forgetting when I be sharing. All right. Boom. So where we at? All these people being killed. It's 81 people compared to his 77. 81 people, unarmed people shot in the back and killed by these people. And this piece of shit wants you to think Nelson Mandela is the same as, I don't even want to say their names in the same sentence. He's not worthy. Conclusion. The Sharpeville massacre was the primary catalyst for the ANC's shift to armed resistance. Armed resistance, not armed terrorism. Resistance means you are resisting something. You are resisting violence. You're resisting violence, terrorism. And other massacres reinforcing the need for direct action. This led Mandela to co-found the MK, marking a turning point in the anti-apartheid struggle. In other words, white violence, overt white aggression, white violence with guns and bullets against innocent people, unarmed people, shooting them in the back. So black men owe you that. We owe you to shoot our daughters in the back. We owe you to shoot our 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds in the back, because that's what happened. I got the numbers and I got the ages. Key evidence of neo-Nazi ties of the South Africa, the SAP, the South African Police Force. This is a readout from ChatGPT. Ideological alignment. Key evidence to neo-Nazi ties. Because you want to say, well, they weren't Nazis. Well, let's see. The apartheid government under which the South African police operated was rooted in racial segregation and white supremacy, similar to Nazi racial policies. The South African police enforced apartheid laws, which systematically oppressed non-white populations through violent repression. Do you hear that, Yarvin? But, and remember Yarvin put it up in quotes? Well, AI disagrees with you. ChatGPT disagrees with you. And I'm sure ChatGPT is definitely smarter than bedbug Yarvin, right? I'm not even ChatGPT and I know more than this idiot. Members of police and far-right extremism. Members of the SAP and military had links to white supremacist paramilitary groups like Afrikaner Vredesring, the AWB, a neo-Nazi organization. I ain't even trying to pronounce that piece of shit name right? Some officers were exposed as AWB members or sympathizers using Nazi symbols and rhetoric. It's no difference. White supremacy is a global phenomenon. They're in our police force just like they're in the police force there. The Third Force and death squads in the 1980s and 90s. The Third Force was a covert SAP-backed unit that carried out what? Assassinations and terror attacks to destabilize anti-apartheid movements. Those were the people that killed Joe Slovo's wife in Mozambique, which prompted the response to bombing in 1983 that this fool tried to put on Mandela. See, y'all don't know how shit is connected because y'all don't care. You don't study. You don't give a fuck about your history. You don't care about your people, the struggles your people go through all over the world. Y'all don't give a fuck. So my feeling, fuck you, right? Police linked death squads, like those under Eugene de Kock, a former SAP officer, engaged in targeted killings of anti-apartheid activists. So this fool thinks that black people are just supposed to sit down and be assassinated by white people. Don't do shit. Just sit there and sing songs and do dances. Go to your bar, get drunk, come to work for us. But as we slaughter you, don't do anything because then that's a crime. You defending yourself is a crime. That's the way he thinks. Like he thinks we should have just let slavery continue until it could have been resolved peacefully against the North and the South. Fuck the fact that people was being whipped, hung, lynched, and everything else, raped, everything else under the sun with impunity because the offenders were white. Fuck Curtis Yarvin, his family, all of them, every last one of them. They don't have families. They got litters. Like animals. They got litters. They don't have children. They have litters. Use of Nazi symbolism. Some SAP officers openly displayed Nazi insignia or expressed admiration for Hitler. We're surprised. Conclusion. The South African police was institutionally aligned with white supremacists and neo-Nazi ideologies, both in doctrine and through affiliations with extremist groups. Right? Elements within the SAP were involved in far-right extremism, political assassinations, and covert operations to uphold apartheid. Yes, we know not every officer was a neo-Nazi, but it didn't mean that they weren't far-right and assassinating people. You didn't have to be a neo-Nazi to engage in the assassination. So doesn't matter, right? This was the one that I grew up with. Because I remember when it happened. And when it happened, some of the students from that school came to America to get out of South Africa, and they came to the school that my mother started for me. Because my mother didn't want me in public school, so she started a private school with other black parents. And some of the kids that had been caught up in this massacre in the Soweto uprising in 1976, they came to the school. The younger ones, they came to the school that my mother started in New York. That's how I grew up with this stuff. And when they came to our school, you could tell that they were shell-shocked. You could see it in their face. They were coming from white terror in South Africa to America. And people like my family welcomed them with open arms. This is one of the most famous pictures. Hector Peterson right here. The Soweto uprising shows Peterson fatally shot by police June 16th, 1976. Yes, I was that year. I was in let me see, 77. I was 9. No, I was 9. So they came like 3 years later. I was 9 years old that year. Right? But the younger ones who had been in there, in fact, no, I'm correct. The ones who had been in there, they came to my mother's school because they were the same age as I was by the time they came to my school. Right? I can call them by name, which I'm not. Right? In fact, one of them I took on a date when I was a kid. Right? Carried by fellow student 𝓈�𓔔𓏏𓀍📫 followed by Peterson's sister Antoinette. So that's Hector Peterson's shot. That's his sister Antoinette. This is one of the most famous pictures that came out of it. And many people say that this was the picture that ended apartheid in South Africa. It's what got the rest of the world involved. The number of people who died is usually given as 176, not 77 or 81, but 176, with estimates up to 700. So it was estimated up to 700 students. This was a student protest. Do you know why they were protesting? I'm going to tell you why in a second. The original government figure claimed only 23 students were killed. So the government lied and said 23. But their estimates up to 700. How the hell you dwindle down 700 to 23? With the number of wounded estimated to be over 1,000 people. They just opened up live rounds into the crowd. As far as their eye could see, they just opened up. And this was their symbol. Look, this is what Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and David Sachs and Rolf Bolter come from. This is what they come from. That's their flag. This is the flag that they empathize with, the AWB flag. Remember it says right here, AWB, the Afrikaner 𝓈𝓐𝓏𝓏𝓫, whatever you say that shit. It says police and far-right extremism. Members of the South African police and military had links to white supremacist paramilitary groups like the Afrikaner 𝓈𝓐𝓏𝓏𝓫, whatever you call that shit. This is their flag right here. So don't tell me that these people that were gunning down black people weren't Nazis. What the fuck are you talking about? And this piece of shit right here sat there and said that Mandela and this scumbag are one and the same. You know, the same scumbag that Trump was quoting. He who says his country breaks no laws. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is the article from The Nation. I think that's it. Hopefully that's it, because I don't want to. Yeah. White privilege does not exist is a myth. The white privilege does not exist myth. A white man like him could go and make a Nazi salute with the exact caricature or the exact character of the bent thumb and the uniform fingers. That is a Nazi salute. Just he said, he was really telling you he was a Nazi. He said, my heart goes out to you. So he did that from the heart. And the weird part, I was watching Patrick Bet-David, Valuetainment, that piece of shit show. I was watching it. And you have this Jewish guy on there who was like, I'm Jewish, and I'm telling you that was not a Nazi salute. The ADL said it was not a Nazi salute. Think about all of the Jewish men that bent over and took it up the ass defending a Nazi, a neo-Nazi. That's right, you did. The ADL defended him. That Jewish commentator on Valuetainment defended him. Other European Jewish organizations, while they didn't defend him, they didn't condemn him. They just said it was irritating. They bent the knee. All of them bent the knee. This white, you don't know what white privilege is? This man right here. Right? This is white privilege. Kevin Roberts. Right? What did he say? On YouTube, not on YouTube, on the news. He went on the news, and you know what he said? Now, the title of the video is Pro-Trump Think Tank Leader Makes Ominous Threat About a Second American Revolution. This was before the election. He was basically saying that if Trump doesn't get elected, there's going to be a second American revolution in the country. And look at what he said. We are in the process of the second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to. That was a direct threat. That was a terrorist threat. White privilege is being able to go on white TV and make a terrorist threat, and nobody says shit or does anything about it. And then they got the nerve. That's why I said it's a white privilege. That what the white privilege does not exist is a myth. That's white privilege. If Obama would have did that, if Sharpton would have did that, if any black person would have did that, it would have been a wrap. The Jews would have called for his lynching, not being fired, his lynching. For this man to make a terrorist threat, had a black politician said that, are you kidding me? His career would have been over. Nobody lifted a finger. And they told you it was a threat. On CNN's own channel, they said, pro-Trump think tank leader makes ominous threat. And nobody said shit or did shit. That's deep. And if you watch these white people, these commentators, if you look at the back, they always got a picture of Jesus in the back. Always. And he's always white. Something's wrong with these people. Let me go back and just see what this is the last part. So this is the article. This is white privilege. Being able to write something like this, right? A guide to some of the key moves and influences in Trump's orbit. While showboats like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. get all the attention, the real power in a second Trump term is likely to be wielded by quietly effective bureaucrats and policy intellectuals like these men and women, Chris Lemon. Curtis Yarvin. You probably already know about the reactionary excesses of Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, his hardcore natalist opposition to reproductive rights. And I'm reading from The Nation. His dalliances with replacement theory, his election denialism, his blood and soil brand of head and vote nationalism, that's basically white supremacy, talking about J.D. Vance. But you may not know about the figure who served as a fascist Pied Piper to Vance and scores of other Silicon Valley Heimat bros. That's a Nazi term, right? The pro-slavery monarchist Curtis Yarvin. So white people are telling you that he is pro-slavery. That's why he made that statement about the Civil War should not have been ended because it ruined the economy and blacks were happier during slavery. And they said so, just read the slave narratives. So you got white people that are telling you that he's pro-slavery, writing it down in ink. And this man is the leader of your vice president who is going to be running for president in the next 4 years. Who blogs under the pseudonym Mencius Bedbug. During his 2022 Senate run, Vance embraced one of Yarvin's pet causes, an initiative called Retire All Government Employees, or should the radical character of the plan somehow elude you, rage, right? Which he actually got from 24 days later. Vance laid out the reasoning behind it in a podcast interview a year earlier, declaring that in the second Trump term, we need to fire every mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. Now, he didn't go to jail for saying that? Okay. Pressed on the legality of this rolling purge, Vance said that Trump should just ignore the law. Now, how can a white person giving advice, an advisor, unofficial or not, to the vice president, communicate that Trump should just break the law? He is advising and counseling, fuck the law. I mean, to me, that's treason. That's a betrayal of the Constitution. And betraying the Constitution is not treason, and treason does not exist. That's treason. He should go to jail for that. But that's white privilege, that you can go on national television and make an ominous threat and say that it will be bloodless if we get our way. If we don't get our way, there will be bloodshed. And nothing happened to that man. Where's he at? Him, this guy. Nothing happened to him. Nothing happened to this man who is advising the president to just ignore the law. And it's in ink and print. Now, this frontal assault on government workers is also the central plank of Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation's blueprint to transform the federal government into a sequel to The Handmaid's Tale during a second Trump term. The animus behind Yarvin's agenda comes from a paranoid vision of key social institutions, the government, the universities, the media, as a monolithic cathedral of adult progressive groupthink. A monolithic cathedral of adult progressive groupthink that somehow exerts a Sauron-like power over American public life. Labeled Lord of the Rings metaphors are a tick of Yarvin's prose style. A common affliction among Valley reactionaries, most notably in the murderings of fellow Yarvinite and Vance patron Peter Thiel. So they like to use Lord of the Rings epithets. Resistance to which I hate because I love Lord of the Rings. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. Resistance to the cathedral's perfidy in the Yarvin worldview is just. Oh, let me read that again. Resistance to the cathedral's perfidy in the Yarvin worldview is justified by any means necessary. In the 2022, that means violence too. In 2022 interview with Vox, Yarvin enthused that you're not that far from a world in which you can have a candidate overthrow the cathedral from the top down. So dude is talking about ignoring the law and overthrowing the government, overthrowing the system. And nobody pays him a visit. I bet you somebody will come knock on your door for some bullshit. Real talk. I think you could get away with it, he said. He's speaking like he knows he's talking about breaking the law. Get away with it. He knows he's talking about committing a crime. Get away with it. That's sort of what people already thought was happening with Trump. To do it for real is not going to make them much more hysterical, and it's actually much more effective. He was talking about the January 6th riots. While Yarvin won't likely have any formal ties to a Trump White House, he won't need them. Trump's chief lieutenant is an enthusiastic true believer, and that's all that matters. That's serious shit, people. And y'all live in it. For those of you who want a better idea of the world that I'm talking about, that Elon Musk come out of, please watch this film, Cry Freedom. Please watch it. Go to Amazon Prime if that's what I use. Amazon Prime. It's with Denzel Washington playing Steve Biko. If you don't know who Steve Biko was, Steve Biko wrote, he was a South African activist, and they killed him. They killed him in the prison because he was having success. Steve Biko, this is the only book my mother ever made me read, forced me to read. The martyred victim of apartheid speaks out in a book called I Write What I Like, a selection of his writings. This is who Denzel Washington was playing, but nobody talks about it. Nobody says shit. To me, that's his greatest role. It's better than Malcolm. Right? The most potent, this is what Steve Biko said. The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Somebody ask Elon Musk to read this out loud. Like all of Steve Biko's writings, those words testify to the passion, courage, and keen insight that made him one of the most powerful figures in South Africa's struggle against apartheid. They also reflect his conviction that black people in South Africa could not be liberated until they united to break their chains of servitude, a key tenet of the Black consciousness movement that he helped found. I Write What I Like contains a selection of Biko's writings from 1969. I was 2 years old, people, when he became the president of South African Students Organization, the South African Students Organization, to 1972, when I was 5 years old, when he was prohibited from publishing. I love knowing that I was born, walking, and speaking when this man was living on this earth. I love knowing that. It makes me feel good. The collection also includes a preface by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, an introduction by Malusi and 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁𓫏, who were both involved with Biko in the Black Consciousness Movement. A memoir of Biko by Father 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 Stubbs, his longtime pastor and friend, and a new forward by Professor Lewis Gordon. Biko's writings will inspire and educate anyone concerned with issues of racism, of proto-colonialism, and Black nationalism. Everybody go to Amazon Prime right now and buy this book, Steve Biko, I Write What I Like. Read it before the year is out. That is your order. I'm moving next. Next, watch this film, please. If you really want to get in the spirit of what is going on and what we are dealing with in the person of Elon Musk, in the person of everything that they're trying to do, you should watch this film. You might as well, since you got to get ready for it. You might as well. Now, if you really want to understand Elon Musk and the way I see Elon Musk, there are two films that you should watch. The way I see Elon Musk and J.D. Vance, especially Elon Musk. The first one is Elon Musk. This is how I see Elon Musk. Watch this film, The Boys from Brazil. You know how his father is always talking about you got to procreate, you got to make a lot of children. You know how Elon Musk got 15 kids or 13 kids, whatever it is. You need to watch this film, The Boys from Brazil. A Nazi hunter in Paraguay discovers a sinister and bizarre plot to rekindle the Third Reich. It is a classic. It came out when I was born, when I was a young person, rather, not when I was born. It came out when I was a young person. And I only watched parts of it, but I'm getting ready to watch the whole thing probably tonight after I get off of here on Amazon Prime. So, in fact, y'all should all watch it with me. When we get over here, when I'm done, y'all should all go watch The Boys from Brazil. And then we could talk about it on my next live, right? So in 1978, I was 11 years old when this came out. But I had HBO, so I was able to watch it. So, and that's where I saw it on HBO. It was on HBO a year after it came out. 1979. Yep. So 10. Yeah, I was 12 years old when I watched it. Here we go. Came out when I was 11. I watched it when I was 12. That's your white privilege, people. That's Elon Musk. Oh, and the third one you should watch. The third one you should watch is I'll show you. I know you're still watching. Here we go. This is the other one. You need to watch this film right here. If you want to understand J.D. Vance, watch The Final Conflict. Right? Omen 3, The Final Conflict. Watch it. Watch it tonight. After you watch Cry Freedom and Serafina, watch Boys of Brazil and then The Omen 3. And you will be socialized appropriately to understand what the fuck is going on in this world. All right? You'll be on your way. I have given y'all everything that you need to be informed about what the hell. Well, this is the start. For me to actually delineate on what is currently actually going on, that's a whole nother presentation. It's a whole different type of conversation. We'd have to have a discussion about global economics, the World Forum, the Economic World Forum, Davos, all of that stuff. We'd have to have a talk about mercantilism, the return to mercantilism, and the way that this country is going about it. The power of the dollar and the strategies and plans that they are enacting. There are some issues with the dollar being the dollar cannot be too weak. Okay, But then the dollar can also not be too strong, because when it's too strong, it interferes with manufacturing at home here in domestically speaking. Okay, so I'm not going to be long for the rest of the night, people, because I literally did not eat today. I just wanted to finish this out. And hey, shout out to 𝓭𝓁𓏏𓀢𓀁📫, absolutely Creole. All right, I got Creole cousins in Louisiana, and you look just like them. Absolutely. So, facts. R.I.P. Steve Biko for sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, his wife is a racist. J.D. Vance's wife is a racist. So that's you don't think the Indians are racist? Are you kidding me? With Ramaswamy or whatever his name is, you don't think he's a racist? Please. You got to be kidding me. I feel you. I feel you, Lady Mahogany. I know you care. Keep caring. That's it. Oh, my bad. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. I apologize. I'll do better next time. I just be getting in my feelings, like I really do, and I shouldn't, and it's wrong. It's emasculating to allow your feelings to overcome you, and I should be less emotional about it. It's just so offensive. Or you can watch it free on Tubi. All right, cool. Now you know you can watch it free on Tubi. I don't know which one, but I gave you everything that you need to see and that you need to know. That's what's up. I love watching South African films too. So I'm glad I was able to share this with you all. It means a lot to me. Stop sharing. I thought I had already. It is so hot in here. You have no idea. I have no idea why. Probably because these lights are so hot. But I'm looking forward to getting off. I just want to say thank you to everybody who spent time with me, especially those of you who visited my Cash App to show respect and appreciation. That really means a lot to me. Because like I said, with all the time I spend studying, like, I don't know how I survive. I really don't. But because all I do is study. I ain't even lie. You'll see with the presentations that I have coming up, the kind of breakdowns and things that I'm going to be doing for you guys and with you guys, and courses that I'm going to be putting out. You can't get that kind of information without serious study. So it is what it is. So yeah, I rely on you guys. You know, when you guys book sessions with me, when you visit my Cash App, when you visit my Zelle, when you visit my PayPal, when you know, even the super chats, which we don't really get to see, because YouTube pretty much keeps that stuff. So, but the fact that you all showed up and spent time with me, and there's over 100 people watching, that makes a difference to me. It really does. It matters. So don't let people disparage your legacy. Nelson Mandela sat inside of a cell for over 30 years because he was committed to his race. Stephen Biko was arrested and killed in prison by the neo-Nazi South African police force because he was committed to his race. Now, I'm not saying everybody want to die because they're committed to their race, but these white supremacists, let me share something with you, and then I'm going to go. I don't want to be long-winded tonight. I want you to understand how important this is. Guns are powerful, but have you ever heard the saying, the pen is mightier than the sword? If the pen is mightier than the sword, I mean, writing is more dangerous than a gun. If the pen is mightier than a sword, then how deadly is the weaponry found inside of a pen? Do you know what the weaponry is that is found inside of a pen? The weaponry found inside of a pen comes from between your ears. That's the weaponry inside of a pen. To quote Steve Bannon, one of my favorite speakers, he's a racist. I don't like him. But I like the kind of guy he is. There's certain men that I relate to, probably better than others. And Steve Bannon said something that I like. Ideas have consequences. And if ideas are the weaponry that is found inside of a pen, then when you got white supremacist ideologues sharing their twisted, poorly informed, non-researched ideas, poisoning the minds of young white people and young black people and other young people, you need to go to all of those platforms. I know you're not going to do it because, like I said, I told you I don't want to be a leader. I know who I'd be leading. But for those of you who are committed and sincere, you need to go to those platforms. See, there's not enough interaction between us and them. And that's why they don't respect us. That's why they come at us the way they do. They're like, black people don't want no smoke. So they just keep coming, they keep coming, they keep coming. Y'all don't even stand up to them and say, yo, I see you got your little platform. It's nice and everything. But why would you have Curtis Yarvin on when he's not a scholar? He doesn't get his facts straight. And Shakka-Ahmose destroyed his facts, exposed them for being a non-scholar. Right? Your platform should do better. You should have better quality guests. You should respect your guests more than to have one a loser like Curtis Bedbug Yarvin. This dude wouldn't know a fact if he lifted up her skirt and said, look, you wouldn't. I would. Finished. That's going to be my new timer. When it's finished, the show is over. Okay? I'm going to eat and I'm going to work out. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, because as long as they can stay safe in their little bubbles, that's what they do. These white supremacist ideologies, they stay in that. Why do you think they want white-owned communities? They want to live in their mythology. They want to live in their fantasies. Everybody else's presence is a reminder of reality. The reality of our lack of access, the reality of all of the damage that they did to us. See, that's the one thing about white people. They don't mind damaging you to get what they want. They just don't want to have to live around the damage that they caused, right? So they'll have all kind of foreign policies that destroy your country, and then they get mad when they come to your country in order to take advantage of the spoils you wouldn't have if you had not destroyed their country. I hate saying this, and I really truly do hate saying this, but most people will admit this. Most white people will admit this. The biggest problem on this planet is white people. And I said it. I'm sorry. It's just the truth. And primarily, it's racist white people. Indifferent white people are, to some degree, just as much a part of the problem. Good white people are only the problem in so much as they will get you to drop your guard because you think, oh, this is a good white person. When they themselves really don't understand and appreciate the stakes that you really have to overcome as someone who is a target in somehow, some way. You are a perpetual target in a hostile society that looks at your destruction as a plus. That's a very, very dangerous situation to be in. It's a very precarious situation to be in. So, but that is our situation. So I'm going to look at a few more. I'm going to respond to a few more things, and I'm going to be out of here. But it's got to be worth me responding to, right? I appreciate that. Thank you so much, lady. And it takes one to know one. It really does, Lady Mahogany. Thank you for spending time with me. That matters. It really does. Because nobody spends time with me. You'd be surprised. I like my whole day is like every day is like I wake up, it's me. I go to sleep, it's me. I'm German all night, it's me, and that's it. No. I guess it's like that for most people these days because everybody's insular, everybody's online, and so on and so on. So, whatever. I think this summer I'm going to try and get out a little more, maybe spend more time in Central Park, hang out at Cleopatra's Needle, just to be in fresh air and around trees and stuff like that. Maybe take a few trips inside the museum, go to the Kemet exhibit, just to be out and about. But I'll be mostly working on okay, I'm not supposed to show you this, but I will show you this. No, I'm not going to show you. Should I show you? No, I'm not going to show you. Yeah, what the hell, I'll show you. So everybody keeps asking me, Shakka, what are you doing with Kemetville? So I'm going to show you. I wasn't going to. Let me see. If I can find it, I will. Here it is. I shouldn't show you this, but no, I'm not going to show it to you. I'll be mad at myself if I do. That's why I'm not. So you're just going to have to wait until I do the crowdfunding. When I do the crowdfunding, you'll see it. So that's what's up. Anybody who wants to contact me, please look at the description. It's in there. Right? Yeah, it's in there. All of my contact info. So I don't ever accept excuses from people who tell me they've been trying to contact me, but they couldn't. If I got people from contacting me from all over the world, and that's the one thing I do get. People do. I may not have company as much as I would like, but I do get visits. I do get people contact me, email, text, or whatever. So you can't tell me, oh, I couldn't contact you, or that's bullshit. I don't even pay that any mind. You weren't trying to contact me. All my contact is in the description. So, yeah, okay, cool. I think that's it. It keeps on loading ads. I'm not sure what that is. Okay. Oh, you're probably talking about the film. I watch everything I watch on I watch on Amazon Prime, right? That's everything. Well, I didn't see many comments about the things that I showed about Mandela and Anders Breivik, but okay, that's cool. Probably because most of you are not familiar with Anders Breivik or Nelson Mandela. Most of you are not really familiar with either of them, so I don't expect to see a whole lot of questions about that. But I still felt, because I grew up with that struggle, I was personally touched by that struggle. So as such, I felt it was incumbent upon me to speak to it and to set the record straight. I felt that I shouldn't be the only one, that those black leaders who's purportedly give a damn, they should say something. You don't let a scumbag piece of crap like that walk around. Don't let them do it. Just don't let them do it, because I think all young Americans deserve to be told the truth. Period. It's the only thing that of any real value here. You ain't got no money here in this country, in America. So all you got left is the truth. Either got a truth or a lie. Which one? Right? I'm glad you thought that. I'm glad you thought that. I'm glad about that, because the brother absolutely made a sacrifice for us, for which he was never compensated. Absolutely. Oh, this is a fact right here. This is a fact right here, man. Oh no, I clicked on the wrong one. Where was it? Hold on. Yeah, I know about Deadly Storm. I used to be on there. What exactly was apartheid about in South Africa? I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave in this particular video in the description. I'm gonna put a link to a film explaining to you what apartheid was about in South Africa. The easiest way to understand apartheid in South Africa is just go back to Jim Crow in America before the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And by the way, just to let y'all know, because black people, I don't know. Look, I'm going to say this, and I don't care if you get offended, because I have to be honest with you. Black people are stupid. And when I say that, you prove it to me by not speaking about the things that should be on the tip of your tongue. Roe versus Wade. They overturned Roe versus Wade. Right? The right for a woman to determine her reproductive future. They overturned that. Supreme Court. Now, in Tennessee and a few other places, look it up. They're trying to overturn gay marriage. Now listen, everybody knows I'm probably the biggest homophobe on the planet, and I'm proud of it. I don't care. It's not an insult to me, and I don't care if I offend you or not, right? But there's one thing that I believe, and this is what you got to understand about me. I'm old school. I've lived long enough to learn the lessons of life. I don't have to respect this person's sexual proclivities to understand something that is very true. When they come for your neighbor, they're coming for you next. So when you stand there and you look and you laughing because this person is getting fucked up or getting messed up, sorry about my language, you're laughing because this person is getting messed up or they're getting the short end of the stick, you got to remember it's your turn next. Now, if you are okay with that, it's like these white federal workers who lose their job. They voted for Trump. Now, if you are okay with the fact that you lose your job because you know whatever's going on is going to hurt black people even worse, and that's what you really want, then okay, cool. No problem. No problem at all. Right? So, but the reason why I brought this up is because, I just did a Yarvin, right? The reason why I just brought this up is because you haven't figured out the big picture yet. The one thing you will learn about white supremacy ideology, and you better pay attention when I tell you this because nobody else is telling you this. Nobody. Writ large, none. Nobody. When you see these white people do these attacks and you think they failed, they didn't fail. They didn't fail. It's all practice. Translate that to the Supreme Court overturns. Overturning Roe versus Wade was practice. Practice for what? It was practice to overturn gay marriage. And overturning Roe versus Wade and overturning gay marriage is practice for overturning the 1964 Civil Rights Acts, you fucking idiots. So I hope you're all ready to go back to Jim Crow, because that's what ended Jim Crow. I hope that you were all ready to go back to de facto Jim Crow, and that you were all ready to go back to separate but equal, which was just a step up from apartheid South Africa, and it's going to be here in the U.S., and you think it's not, and that's what they're counting on, that you think it could never happen. That's what they're counting on, that you think it could never happen. I don't give a... The whole thing with Roe versus Wade, let people work that out. I don't get all that. The gay marriage thing, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Let people work that out. That 1964 Civil Rights Acts, you gonna see life change for real. And all the marching in the streets ain't gonna do nothing. You know why? You know why? Because when they sit them AI police dogs on your black ass, watch people scatter. Watch them scatter. You're going to live it. You know, one thing I always wondered, I love movies. I love film. And one of the things that I'm not That's from a woman. Women should never have had the right to off their offspring because they're reckless and irresponsible. Hey, I'll take a woman's word for it. You're a woman, I'll take a woman's word for it. Who am I to argue with that? Right? I can't argue with anybody about that. I can't argue with a woman. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad that we were able to play a role in widening your worldview. But you can't stop there. You can't stop with the black scholars. You start with them. You can't stop there. There's a whole lot of other scholarship out here in the world, great minds that don't look like us, and you got to master their shit too. You got to read Schopenhauer, right? You got to read 𝓈𝔁𓏭🐫, Milton Friedman, Sowell, people you don't agree with, Anne Ryan, right? You have to read these people. You got to read Goethe. You have to read John Locke, Thomas Jefferson, Monroe. You have to read them. It's, you start with us. Reading, locally, you start with our black scholars. That should get you comfortable and bring you in to know that you're welcome here in this world of literature. But then you got to, right? You got to expand. Because I'm not going to say that their writing is higher. I'm saying, but you have to know, because ideas have consequences. And one of the easiest things in the world to be victimized by are ideas that you don't even know exist. That's not cool. That's not cool. There's an old saying where I'm from old school. We said what you don't know won't hurt you, it'll kill you. That's a hell of a thing. What you don't know won't hurt you, it'll kill you. Real talk. Oh, you trying to clown me, Alexandria. You trying to clown me. Trump would never do that. Trump would never repeal he would never have his far right Supreme Court with his Andrew Breivik quoting ass. He would never try to repeal the 1964 Civil Rights Act. She clowning me. Andrea, I know you know better. You too smart. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out some of my white homies. Shout out to Simon. Shout out to Mark. My nephew Ethan, who I love. Absolutely. Right? Who else? I ain't forget you, Haley. Right? I got in-laws on my cousins who got white wives and white husbands. So, like I said, in America, it's all mixed up. Everybody, it is what it is. I don't let none of that shit stop me from seeing what it is, because it is what it is. You feel me? It is what it is. And, I have an obligation to that African blood in me. I have an obligation to it. Why? Because I live in a hostile environment, and that's what it sees. When I walk in a room, it don't see, oh, he might be part this, or he might be part that. That ain't what they looking at. The fuck wrong with you? That's dumb black people that get caught up in all that shit. Dividing themselves. I'm part this. I'm part that. I'm part this, part that, part that. You ever heard the term divide and conquer? You sitting there conquering yourself like a retard. What that tattoo say? Probably can't see it. 100% African, Nubian, and black. I probably done covered it up. Right? You can see where that tattoo was done at. That wasn't done in no shop. Okay? So, you fucks with me, I fuck with you. You good with me, I'm good with you. As long as you understand that my conversation doesn't change because a white person is in the room, my conversation, I don't switch up. I'm not switching up. I could be polite and I could be respectful, but sometimes I can be, how can I put it? I can just be too real. And if your feelings are hurt, I don't give a fuck. I let one of my white homies know in a minute, you a racist motherfucker. Look, in a minute, I will call if one of my white homies say some shit and it comes off racist, or they moving and acting in a certain kind of funny, I'm going to let them know you want some racist shit right now, period. And guess what? That's fine. That's your right. I don't give a fuck. Do you? I'm gonna do me. When I get caught up in my moments, where I'm on my black, bliggity, black, blue, black shit, be careful how you proceed. Because it's not superficial with me. It's not superficial with me. You got to know my background and the family I was raised in. Like it's as intrinsic to me as the air that I breathe, as my cells. Right? So real recognizes real. And I'll fuck with you if you real. If you real, it don't matter what flavor you come in. If you real, we could kick it. You can study with me, whatever you want to do. I'm cool. But I learned the hard way. This is something, not the hard way, but I learned in real time and in real life that just because you got white homies, don't mean your white homies ain't racist. Just because you got white family members, don't mean that your white family members are not racist. Right? It don't mean that. A lot of black people have had to find that out the hard way. You know how many black husbands get offed by their white wives? That shit seems to be a trend these days. Like, you gonna make me go to Google right now? Right? Even that dude, the DJ from the Ellen DeGeneres show, they talking about how his wife really had done him in because she had got with his friend not too long after. But that shit is common. That shit is common. So, or that black girl that went, that black girl from Connecticut, that beautiful black girl from Connecticut, dated that former police officer, went on a trip out in the water, and she never came back. She never came back. Her family freaked out behind that shit. It's so sad. But so yeah, you can be white. I love you like a brother. I let you know. Boom. I'm also a realist. I'm a race realist, and I live on this planet, and I understand that life is life. I don't get shit. I don't twist shit up. You understand what I'm saying? This is over here. This is over here. If you're going to step over here, then you got to play by the rules that's over here. Just like when I step over here, I got to play by those rules. I got to respect those rules. If I don't respect those rules, keep my ass from over here and stay where the rules and I comport one with one another. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I do. And that's probably why I stay to myself. Because I know as an equal opportunity hater, I'm going to piss off black people just like I'm going to piss off white people. I'm going to piss off white people like I'm going to piss off Asian people or Spanish people, because I really don't give a fuck about you. Not in that context. I care about facts and what is true. That's what I care about. What's the facts? What's true? And if 90% of it is your fault, I'm going to let you fucking know. Period. And if 100% of it is your fault, I'm going to let you know. Sorry about my language again. And if it's my fault, I'm going to probably cop to it. Knowing me. Only so I don't have to keep looking over my shoulder to like cover some shit up. Like, no, I'm just going to cop to it. That's it. So anyway, y'all know about that case? A black guy from North Georgia got offed. Oh, yeah, by his white girl. Yeah, it's a lot of that shit in the news, bro. It's a lot. She said the gun went off while cleaning it after they came home drunk. Yo. Or you know which one really tripped me out? The one that really tripped me out was that white female cop who walked in the black guy's house and shot him and killed him because she thought he was in her house. He's sitting there eating ice cream and watching TV, and she killed him. Even if it was your house, how is he a threat by sitting down and eating ice cream, watching TV? If I walked in my home armed, which is normal, if I walked in my home armed and I saw somebody that did not belong in my home, especially in my personal space, because I have a fairly large flat, in my personal space, I ain't gonna just automatically blast you. I'm gonna get an explanation. Why are you in my space? How did you get in here? Now, if your explanation is not good enough, you're gonna have a problem. That's for sure. The day's not gonna end well for you. But to just murder you? That's why there was nothing she could say, Amber Geiger. Yeah, there was nothing. And he lived on the floor above her. It was her neighbor. So, and she got 10 years. The judge hugged her, and the guy's brother wanted to be her best friend. So, yeah, that was Dallas. Like, I never got over that. To this day, I have not gotten over that. I'm like, hold on. You walk in homie's apartment, he's sitting down watching TV, and you kill him? Like, for me, there was nothing you could say. You got to know when there's nothing you can say. Like, nothing. People got to know that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She heard him singing. It was a Ray Soldier Police Department. Her lead officer killed the guy holding a candy bar. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. See, what you got to understand, and this is what people don't realize, and I got to say this. A lot of times in these organizations like police forces and the military and shit like that, law enforcement, Black people, because they love ignorance and they don't love learning shit, they don't love teaching their children the truth about the hostile environment they're in. You know we don't. So don't say shit to me. We don't tell our children that there are rituals in white communities that we don't know anything about. Back in the day, well, it's still probably true, you were not considered a man in the white world unless you had sex with a Black woman. So if they didn't hire prostitutes to have sex with, they would go rape a Black girl so that you could say that you were a man. Usually some girl on campus or something like that, right? But another ritual that they have, and this one is very prominent and it's still very active. Nowadays, they don't have to rape Black women to be a man. Black women throw themselves at them. So, right? It kind of defeats the purpose. I ain't gonna name any names. Serena Williams, Eve, Candace Owens, this goes on, right? Oh, Halle Berry, can't forget her, right? So, and probably many, many more that we just don't know about. One of them was about to go up in a rocket ship to the space station or to orbit. She's from CBS News. I won't name any names, but that's how they move. So whatever. I don't give a shit. People do what they want to do. But the ritual that you need to be concerned with, it's not even really lynching, even though they still lynch people. The one you need to be concerned with is the one, I call it a law enforcement notch. You know, like back in the day, every time you kill somebody, you put a notch on your belt. Well, in law enforcement, within all societies, they have inner circles or secrets, or it's called societies within societies within societies within societies, right? Inner circles. In law enforcement, in order for you, it's like in the military, when you accomplish certain things, you get a badge, you get in certain status, right? You get a certain esteem that comes along with certain things you accomplish. In law enforcement, in the white supremacist ideology world, when you are in law enforcement and you kill a Black person, you get rewarded for it. You get a badge for it. You get a certain type of status, an elevated status. They don't tell you about it. They don't tell you about it. Very few of these shootings are accidents. In fact, none of them are. They're not accidents. When they kill Oscar Grant, when they kill, oh man, there's so many I couldn't even. Amadou Diallo, the list goes on. Sean Bell, Tamir Rice, the list goes on and on and on. You get elevated. Yeah, in that world, Dylan Roof is a hero. Think about that. In that world, Dylan Roof is a hero. For walking into a church and shooting down with a 9mm senior citizens who invited him to pray with them. This is who young white people want to grow up to be. Oh yeah, Kamala Harris. Thank you. I forgot to mention her. Yeah, white men don't have to rape Black women anymore. It's just to be a man, just they line up for you. So, you know, it is what it is. Freddie Gray. Yeah, none of those were accidents. Each one of those cops that killed, like they're talking about, this dude, Derek Chauvin, right? They want to pardon him and yada, yada, yada. Well, next they're going to want to pardon the guys from, and what y'all going to do when they pardon the guys who killed Ahmaud Arbery? You know, riot in the streets? I don't know. Like, y'all really don't want to know what I think. So I'm just going to keep it. Yeah, another one. Absolutely. Right. And then she got the nerve to want to play, what's her name? You know who I'm talking about, the singer. For some reason, I'm not remembering names right now. What's her name? Nina Simone. Right, Nina Simone. She wanted to play Nina Simone. And in every single film she ever been in. And you always have these particular women in Hollywood of color. And they always made sure their lead man is a white man. I ain't got nothing against you having a lead man as a white man, but every lead man, I'm like, God damn. Okay. So anyway, with that, let me keep my own predilections to myself or my own observations, because I'm not really judging people for interracial exchanges. We're human beings. That's what, it's part of nature, right? People are going to exchange and interact, and people should be allowed to, and not be made to feel less than because they do, right? However, when I see certain things being done, like as a pattern, or because, in other words, if you marry this person, it shouldn't be because you see less value in this person. And that's usually not the case, right? And that's on both sides. Black men that marry white women and black women that marry white men in a racist society. So you always have to put that part in a racist, white supremacist, ideological society. Make sure that when you do that, it's not a value thing. It's not a value disparaging. I'm marrying this person because the person over here's value is less than, because then to me, you part of the problem. That's just it. You heard? Oh, hey, albino, I didn't know you was white. It don't fucking matter. You know? It don't matter. Not to me. My stepmother was white. I don't know if I told that to people. She was Jewish. White and Jewish. Like uber white and uber Jewish. And we were very close. Right? Like we were very, very close. We used to hang out in Greenwich Village all the time. She used to take me to get cannolis in Little Italy. That's why I love cannolis to this day, because of her. Right? We used to smoke weed together. Didn't let my father find out. You know? So, but that was many, many, many years ago. Right? So, I mean, that's just, you know, who, my stepmother? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I mean, she kind of went the same way that my father went, which unfortunately was not a good way, but, you know, people are on the trajectory that they're on. For me, everything is just experiences. So as a young teenager, just wanted to spend time with family members and, you know, that kind of thing. It was just exposure. That's all. I mean, honestly, I've been around white people all my life since I was a child. Like, because you got to understand, I'm born in 1967. What the fuck do y'all know about 1967? What do you know about 1970, 71, 72, 73? What do you know what it was like to just walk around and be alive on planet Earth at that time? Most of y'all don't know that. Right? So at the time when I was a child, it was fucking hippies everywhere. You had white hippies, black hippies, half black kids all over the place, half white kids all over the place. Blacks marrying whites, whites marrying blacks. It was the summer of love and all that other shit, hippie shit, Woodstock and all of that shit. Right? Busing, integration, I have a dream. All of that shit was going on right then and there. That was current events. That was not something in the fucking newspaper or something that hadn't happened. It was going on right then. So that's what I grew up in. White people have been in my life all my life. Since I was a child. I was one of those students that they bust. When they started busing black students into white schools, in the first grade, I was in Bensonhurst. Anybody who knows about Bensonhurst in Brooklyn never heard of Yusef Hawkins. Tupac spoke about him. He was killed by a bunch of white teenagers for dating a white girl from Bensonhurst, and they killed him. They beat him to death with a bat. Yusef Hawkins, beautiful young brother. And we marched against that. But that's where I went to school at, in that uber Italian white super racist neighborhood. That was the kind of place they would chase you out and murk you and kill you, especially if they saw you dating a girl. That's where I went to school. In the 70s, in the early 70s. Right? What, like 72, I think? 72, 73? Yeah. That's where I went to school. So white teachers sitting next to white students in a white neighborhood, you know, that was my introduction. And even prior to that, in kindergarten, right? You gotta know, like, where I come from in downtown Brooklyn. It's very eclectic. It's called the 𝓂𝓁�㓏 area. It's very, very eclectic. It's very artsy fartsy. And so there's always been an eclectic, even in the projects there, it's always been very artsy fartsy and eclectic. If you go there today, all you see is artwork everywhere, and it's very what's the place I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of an artsy fartsy place that most people will know about. Probably San Francisco. Certain places in California are like that. Certain places in Miami are like that. That's very artsy, right? But that's the way that part of Brooklyn is. Even to this day, that's why I go visit once a year. Every year, once a year, I walk around downtown Brooklyn and I love to take somebody with me. I always tell people, you'll never really know me until you take a walk with me in downtown Brooklyn. Court Street, Cobble Hill, my favorite place in the world, Cobble Hill, the 𝓂𝓁 area, just the whole area, the canal area. I love all of that. Like, that place is very special to me because it's where I started from. It's where I started out. And people who are really from there, who really know the area, it has a very, very old history of activism. So the place that I went to, Head Start at Colony House. Colony House goes way back to the 40s, to the 1940s. And it was about social activism, but it was white people doing it. So by the time I went to school there, we had hippie white teachers with afros and black teachers, and it was just a mixture of everything. So white people have always been in my life. I'm not a stranger to them. I told you I have somebody who's like an older brother than me. He's been like an older brother than me since I was in my early 20s, and this is a super uber Harvard grad, played football for Harvard, like really what we call white bread white, And he's someone I love and respect. And I remember for years, watch this, I don't normally share shit like this publicly. For years, I didn't talk to him because I felt guilty that I felt closer to him than I did to my own actual older brother. Because I have an older brother who's 5 years older than I am. And I felt guilty that I felt closer to my white older brother than I did to my but see, my older brother, he's kind of like, he just lives his own life in his own world. He's not somebody who, my older brother lives like not far from here. I might not see him for 10 years. That's just how he likes to be. He likes to be in his own world. So, okay, cool. Whereas the Harvard older brother, we were just always together, right? Just always together, traveling, doing things together, the best conversations you can imagine. Debating each other, having lunch, going out to eat, whatever. Just going through life together, family deaths, all of that stuff, So, and it wasn't just to him I was close to all of the siblings, the sisters, the brothers, all of that. So white people have always been in my life, And I do not let that speak to my own mom, but she's my parent. Just how it is. It's just how it is sometimes. Look, that's just how it is. But people don't get it. You know what I mean? Oh, Fulton Street downtown, since I was a baby. Anytime I go down there, in fact, I might go down there soon just to feel good. One of the very few New York. Oh yeah, I'm a real New Yorker though. I grew up. Look, one day I'm gonna come on here. Watch this. One day I'm gonna come on here and sing for y'all the oldies that I grew up with. I grew up on Barbra Streisand, Barry Manilow, Neil Sedaka, what you might call real white bread Americana pop music. But those were really great songs because I love good writing. All I care about is writing. Can you write? That's all I want to know, right? But I grew up on that. But I also grew up on Miriam Makeba singing Pata Pata from South Africa and Bob Marley. I grew up on all of that. Mostly the Jackson 5, though. That was my obsession. Right? Their music. So, do I like hummus? Not as good as I like humans. Get it? That was a little joke. No, I'm not a big hummus fan. You know, this is true. That part right there is true. You love who you love. We pick our family, especially in this environment. You love who you love. You pick your family. So while I might dump, now I do have rules. I can be honest about my rules. You might not like them. So my rules is I think that young people should be able to date whoever they want to date. You're a young girl, you want to date a white boy, date a white black girl, you want to date a white guy, date a white guy. You're a black guy, you want to date a white girl, date a white girl. That's dating. That's getting to know people. That's exposing yourself to things. I have no problem with that. When it comes to marriage and children, I don't support that. And the reason I don't support that is because marriage and children, family is an institution. And black people have a lot of institutional things to overcome within our own selves that we got to get our own institutional shit together before we start bleeding over into other people's or start it's like having a disorganized community, a black community that you come from, trying to build with Democrats. Now, what happens? You have a political party who really doesn't give a fuck about you, right? But are willing to use your presence where your unorganized, disorganized self is trying to institutional build with them. It's not ever going to work. Why? Not because of them, but because you didn't have your shit together first. So if black people really want to intermingle with white people in a meaningful way, first make sure you got your shit together first. So at least when you come into the table, you're coming to the table from an intact community. You understand what I'm saying? Then you got something maybe to really offer. But until then, we got too much work to do in ourselves and with each other. And that's just how I look at it. It doesn't mean we can't be friends. It doesn't mean we can't be family. It doesn't mean that we can't have each other's backs. It can't mean that we can't live life together and really be there for each other. It doesn't mean that. It just means that every group has their priorities. Koreans got their priorities, don't they? Indians have their priorities, don't they? Believe it or not, whether they're American or not. Just because you're an American don't mean you stop being what you were before you got here. Sorry, Italians still proud of Italian food. Italian Americans who ain't never been to Italy a day in their life, they own Italian restaurants. So if you still get to celebrate who you were before you came here, that same privilege applies to us. It applies to us. Most of us just run from it. We want to divide ourselves. I'm part this, I'm part that. I don't fuck out of here with that. I'm an African, period. If that disturbs you, me being an African, if that disturbs you, because there are black people that are disturbed by me saying that and identifying as an African. If you have a problem with that, that said everything about you. It don't say shit about me. I'm comfortable knowing who and what I am, right? I did my 23andMe DNA and all that shit. I know I'm an African. I don't have to wonder, right? I don't have to wonder. I'm an African. I didn't do it. My sister did hers. So if she's an African, I don't think that I'm Italian. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Oh, look. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Watch this. Look. I'm not mad. I say it like this. I'm not going to judge somebody for having good taste, right? You got good taste, no problem, right? It's like Serena, what's her name? Serena Williams, her husband. He got good taste. He got great taste. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. You know, my issue is with black people who don't really understand the importance of institutional building with black people. It matters. It matters because we have a lot of unfinished business that most of y'all don't really even know about. But I know it. So I can't unknow it and not know it just because you don't know it. And I do know that we have unfinished business together. There's some things that we got to fix, put in place, and restore that we haven't done yet. And yet we have the nerve to laugh at and belittle and look down at those black people who do. What you call them? Hoteps. You caricaturize them and all this other dumb shit with your little IQ, right? So, you know, you never got all the recipes you grew up with them. I ain't mad. I'm not mad at all. But as an Italian and a Sicilian, you already know how Italian men feel about black men, right? That's no secret. Everybody knows that, right? Everybody knows that. Here we go. So anyway, with that, folks, that's it. That's all I can do right there. That's it. Love, love, love. All I can do is be me. And the one thing I'm not going to do because of my own unique qualities, I'm not going to let people pull some bullshit over on black people that they have no right to be doing. And it apparently appears that most black people are not in a position to really protect our ethos from that kind of criminal behavior. That's what it is, criminal behavior. White people get to define for themselves what's criminal behavior when it's imposed on us. We got to define for ourselves what's criminal behavior. And when you lie and malign, when you lie about and malign our leaders in order to recruit young, vulnerable white minds who haven't developed yet enough to know that you're not a fucking scholar, Yarvin. Like when you do that, you're committing a crime against us, against black people. Just like Jewish people care about when crimes are committed against them, we care about when crimes are committed against us. And we're going to step to it every time. Every time. Every time. So with that, 𝓈�𓔥�ㅁ𓏭𓀢𓀁𓏫. Facts. Facts. That's it. That's it. I don't know anything about the Lincoln Heights situation, so you're going to have to let me know. I'm going to go eat. That's what I'm going to do. But my last shout out is to my favorite people. Those are the ones who visited my Cash App. And I'll see who those were when I go and check it out. With that, everybody, I will see you shortly. I will be back regularly. Okay, look, since y'all hung in there, I'm going to show y'all this. How many people in 94? I'm going to be so mad if I show this to you. No, I'm not going to show it. Get out of here. I'm not going to show it. I don't care. Let me know. I'm tempted to show it, but I'm going to wait. Which means, hell, you might never even see it, but oh well. Oh well. Let me see. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah. I'm just going to show you this for fun. And with that, I'm out, everybody. I'm out. Okay, that's it, people.